need no problems, no, don't need no pain. I came for one thing, so don't get in my way. Don't need no problems, no, don't need no pain. I came for one thing, so don't get in my way. Don't need no problems, no, don't need no pain. I came for one thing, so don't get in my way. Don't need no problems, no, don't need no pain. I came for one thing, so don't get in my way. Don't need no problems, no. Don't need no pain. I came for one thing, so don't need no problems, no. Don't need no pain. I came for one thing, so don't get in my way. Don't need no problems, no. Don't need no pain. I came for one thing, so don't get in my way. Don't need no problems, no. Don't need no pain. I came for one thing, so don't get in my way. Don't need no problems, no. Don't need no pain. I came for one thing. Till you get it closer, closer, closer. 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 Don't need no problems, no. Don't need no pain. I came for one thing, so don't get in my way. Till you get it closer, closer, closer. Till you get it closer, closer, closer. Closer, closer, closer. Till you get it closer, closer, closer. Don't need no problems, no. Don't need no pain. I came for one thing, so
I would never wait for something to let it go to waste. With everything at stake, not that I would take it all back. I just wanna make this thing last, but we're running out of time. We were doing alright, holding on, but I'm losing the fight. Could we run away? I know if we just hit ground, running, closing off all the world with no light coming in, bending before we break. Don't you know you and me, we can run? I'm indecisive, maybe it's all too late. Maybe I'm just done fighting, maybe. Oh, maybe I'm indecisive, maybe it's all too late. Maybe I'm just done fighting. It's all too late. It's all too late. All too late. It's all too late. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm falling down. Maybe it's me in my head. I can't get out. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm falling down. Maybe it's crazy. Oh, I almost touched the ground. Touched the ground. Oh, I touched the ground. Touched the ground.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gents, and yes, I did forget to take the camera cover off. Gosh darn it. I'm a dozy idiot. I really am a dozy idiot, aren't I? But also, I didn't put the second camera on. I sure I didn't put the second cam on, so let me just quickly fix up good old handy cam. Oh, handy cam is broken. As we all know though, it's quite easy for me to fix, so just give me a quick little moment as I change its properties away from that one to what's the one I usually do? Is it split video driver? I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? As long as I'm moving it somewhere else, and then making sure it's disconnected, reconnected, and then it can go back to, there we go. Right. Maybe I'm wait, is this? Oh, it is in shot. Good. I was a little paranoid there for a second that it wasn't in shot. We can close off snaz while I'm faffing around. So, before cracking with things, of course, we are going to go through the lovely holidays today, and one dear to my own heart is the National Peanut Butter and Jelly Day. So, good old PBJ Day today. We also have, okay, I'm going to just say both of them because I'm pretty sure it's the same one, just with different names. Autism Acceptance Day and Autism Awareness Day. Pretty sure it's just two alternative ways of saying the same thing. Children's Picture Book Day. It's also Day of Hope. It's Day of the Veterans in a certain country. International Children's Book Day, National DIY Day, National Child Help Day of Hope, International Fact Checking Day, so check your facts, Cultaholic, National Ferret Day, National Love Your Product Manager Day, National Reconciliation Day, hi Jazz, National Ride Your Horse to a Bar Day, National Walking Day, Nature Day, Pascua Floridia Day, Union Day of Belarus and Russia. Bad Boy Hallow's birthday. Okay, I'm not going to go through these birthdays. We went through the birthdays before. I figured out a way to not show the birthdays, and now it's showing me birthdays again. If you are curious, it is Marvin Gaye's birthday today though. So, yeah. That is today. Right, I am going to minimise that though. Let's head on into career mode. We're not going to go through all those random birthdays. I'll be here all day. Gosh darn it. They snuck the birthdays back in. Just wanted the holidays. I don't need the birthdays, just give me the holidays. So as you can see, we did unlock our companies. Do need to work a little bit on our certification, and we have built up a good little bit of money to jump across. But I would like to earn a little bit more. So we're going to head to Tokyo, do a job or two in Tokyo, then get ourselves all the way up to Sapporo. Maybe I'll pop by Sendai. Yeah, maybe we'll pop by Sendai. So let's get ourselves into Tokyo now. What jobs were available to us in Tokyo? I don't know if I had a good look at these. You're a Viking, Beach Crab. Alright, that's solid. I might do the... Actually, how far up? It's not far up from the center. It's only gonna get us to like Fukushima when we're just doing that one. We have the Optica. Yeah, the Optica's a nice early start. It's a bit of a cheap one though. It is a half an hour. Is he a 45-minute decent one, which is going to pay me about £2 grand. Don't want the Viking. Am I finding out Japan's... that's a good one. The Cessna for 1,100 for 30 minutes is not too bad. 1,900, 45 minutes, perfect. That's the sort of job I want. 1,800, 45 minutes, not quite what we'd want. Don't want to touch the Cubcraft. Rather not do the TT version right now. I'm not feeling the TT. Not gonna do the Viking because, you know, the Viking and the Cubcraft are a pain in the butt. Let's keep it simple. Let's head down here. Cessna. Right, Ryota Inada is on vacation nearby with his mom. Or his mom. No way they're leaving without a flight over their holiday spot near Tokyo. Give your passengers the full VIP treatment and make this flight a memorable experience. And don't get high off my nail vanish. I went like that, just scratched the edge of my nose, and all I could smell was the fumes off my nail. Gosh dang. Gosh dang, that was strong. Also, you know what? Let's chaz up this bit, shall we? We'll put the leaf at the bottom. The leaf can get the bottom end. You... Oh. There we go. In the spotlight, finally, show. I should sit nearer when I'm doing this bit and slide back a little bit for when I fly. Show. What's that? Oh wow, that is literally just like on the edge of the shot. Right, remove chocks. If you're curious, I was adjusting the volume for me on my mix amp. Which is a very old mix amp, by the way. I've had that mix amp since Amta Pro 2. Now, if you're not experienced with how old that is, oh, I did not mean to. No, get me out the aircraft. Get me out of the aircraft. Nope, get me out the aircraft. Get me out of here. Thank you. I need to remove the pilot cover. No. Really, I'm gonna walk up. Oh. Yeah, duck. Whack. Whack. Right, there we go. That was a bit of an oversight. But we got it sorted. It's not a good start to our day, but... Request boarding? All aboard!
Send the clients.
Send them! Bring them to me! Ooh, nice ride. Very nice. I like your car. Your car is very nice. Finally, in the spotlight. Finally. Oh. It's been goof. It's been goof. It did keep the keyboard connected though, which is nice. So control. We quickly need to swap you to the yoke and it'll still keep my keyboard connected. Which is bizarre. I like having the combo of the two, but hello? Oh, did that come a bit unplugged, maybe? Oh, wrong one, you idiot. That's my flaps. Is it you? That one. Wait, what's that?
Captain, seems like you're ready.
Hold up.
Isn't it just perfect for a little tour?
Yeah, that's flaps.
Today,
So
you're flying with
let me close
Ryota
my
for a
flaps.
Tokyo Discovery Tour. He's got his mom with him. Seatbelt fastened?
Mama's boy.
Then you're all set. Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime.
It's showtime! Yeah, that's my parking brake. Is that my landing light above it? I can't remember what the one above it is. Right. Release the parking brake anyway. Request clearance.
Kisarazu ground Cessna Papa Kilo.
Have a nice little
Lima Oscar Lima
change of
request
angle.
taxi for south departure.
By the way, 24 degrees. I left my window open all last night because the heating was off. Someone put the heating on and my bedroom radiator will not turn down. I have to have it on or off, and I haven't managed to unstick it yet. So, yeah,
Taxi
I
to
have
and
like
hold
full
short
blast
runway 0,
radiator.
2 using taxiway, Cessna
Whilst
Lima
I'm
Oscar
leaving my
Lima.
window open to try and counteract the fact that sometimes the heating will right up.
I'm Ryota. How are you? I've never flown before, so I'm kind of stepping out of my comfort zone here.
Well,
Hi, I'm Yoko, Ryota's mom.
I'll be honest, Yoko, you kind of sound young relative to your son. Like, I would argue you might even sound like you're about the same age. You know, it's kind of odd. Ooh, yeah. As a teenager, did you perhaps adopt your son when he was a teenager? Because he was the only one willing to adopt him. Very hard to get adopted when you're a teen. Dun, 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 dun. Right. Who knows? Who knows what their family dynamic is? I'll watch this. If I go into the plane and look, she probably looks much older than she sounds. Right. Holding at the hold shot. Requesting now takeoff.
Kisarazu Tower Cessna Papa Kilo, Lima Oscar Lima ready at runway 02 south departure.
Come on, give me the clearance, please.
Cessna Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima altimeter
While I
29er.
quite literally cook in this
902
room.
departure to the south approved.
Again, I've
Cleared
still
for
not
takeoff, runway
bothered
02.
learning them too. I do need to learn my fuel mixes and stuff.
Clear for
Right.
takeoff runway 02 Cessna Lima Oscar Lima.
Lima Oscar Lima. That'll be the difference between me being a current A pilot and going up to my S.
So exciting. Okay, a bit nervous too, I won't lie to you.
I mean, you're not the only one who's nervous, I'll be honest. This is my first flight of the day. There's a good chance I cock it up. You know? Or if it's anything like the past couple of times, I actually have been flying pretty smooth and then getting to the last one and just completely fluffing it. Because I'm like, tuned out, you know, it's my last landing. Again though, we're starting off with a plane a literal 5-year-old could take off and fly around. So, you know, got a nice long runway. I guess we'll lift off.
Only one way to find out. Okay, I'm okay. That's a good
Like, look how
start.
much runway's left. I could have left that for ages, rolling along. So roll back.
Cessna Lima Oscar Lima. Continue for south departure.
Roll back. Acknowledged.
Kisarazu Tower
Climbing
Cessna
500
Papa
feet.
Kilo, Lima Oscar Lima continue for south departure.
Wait, what? Right, we're up to 88, 7. Twice when you're grown. I mean, there's no point me dropping down to that box if it wants me to keep increasing my altitude to this height anyway. Back when you're alone, don't think twice when you're grown.
I feel like a real adventurer with a seatbelt.
No.
But still.
No.
The call of adventure?
Don't start talking about whips and hats.
I'm talking whip and hat. I'm sure you've got this famous music playing in your head.
Yoko! Yokozuna! Why? Right, well I would mention where we fly. We're currently flying to, but unfortunately I cannot read Japanese, so we're flying over there! Next destination unknown. Unless someone can translate for me. Imagine I learned Japanese
totally
just so I can start reading these
I'm
locations.
usually more articulate, but wow.
Also, that would get really confusing considering I have been trying to brush up on my French a little bit. The apocalypse. You know, I need to get past the point of just being able to count in French. You know, and say a little bit more then. Je m'appelle Mathieu. It's at this rate, my Russian will catch me up. My Russian will catch up my French. I already have Dos Vidania
You're so smooth
ingrained
on the
in my
radio,
brain.
Captain. Makes it look easy. I'd have a hard time flying the aircraft and talking with the ground at the same time. That's for sure. Awesome. I see the roofs. Look over here.
Dos Vidania. Now, those on YouTube will actually understand at what point I actually learnt that. Those seeing it on the live stream on Twitch, yeah, you might be a little confused. But let's just say I was playing a game based in Russia. Well, I think it was literally for the Russian train trip game. I bothered to learn Dos Vidania for the end of my video. And then it's just like stuck in my brain. And that's still up on my YouTube, so you'll be able to get a grasp of how long that's been stuck in my brain. But literally the day I made that video was the day I had that, well, yeah, the day I made that video was the day I had that ingrained in my brain.
Amazing. I heard it was going to be memorable, and it is.
Memorable in a good way, presumably? Because you don't sound like you're complaining, so presumably he means memorable in a good way. I mean, we are keeping a decent pace, to be fair to him. I might want to pull this back a little bit, though.
It's like seeing the world for the first time.
Is it? Hey, buddy. Okay, buddy, getting philosophical over here. It's like seeing the world for the first time. Through my eyeballs. I was blind, but now I can see. It's like the reverse of, what's his name? The comedian.
I'm
Blind
obsessed
comedian
with this place.
who could see,
I'm gonna get a
and now
legendary
cannot.
photo album. Trust me.
This man couldn't see, and now he's slowly gained some vision. It's like, I can see the world for the first time. Why is his name escaping my brain? It's completely unneeded, but It's all them things where she's bugging me now. Right. Right. Let's get ourselves over to our second destination, which again, we do not know the name of. It is an unknown destination, but it is a destination nevertheless. Somebody like me. Ah, the calm skies of Tokyo. What a day to be flying.
I didn't expect it would feel like this. Like floating above the world.
Phrasing? I did not expect it to feel like this. Been waiting for somebody like you've been waiting for somebody like. Well, we might as well have a sip of. It keeps doing that sticky thing. I need to get it in the right spot again. Right, there we go. Otherwise, we'll be on a gentle incline or decline, you know.
Even the light seems different from up here.
Cessna Lima Oscar Lima. Leaving my airspace, frequency change approved.
Okay. Thank you, traffic control.
Kisarazu Tower Cessna Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima frequency change.
Magnetic. Speed is 95. For somebody like me. Somebody who... No, I'm not gonna. Right. Slow it down. Bit dramatic, but... Oh, I'm a little higher than I need to be as well. Yeah, alright, make it real dramatic. Put the engine. Alright. So they slow you way down. Oh, we're gaining speed again. Go on. Lower to mid 60s is where I want to be.
You told us it would be an amazing experience, and you were right.
Yeah, I was actually speaking more to your mum than you, but hey. Right. Your mom. Sorry. I've got to get the dialect correct. Your
Seeing all this,
mommy.
It's incredible.
The journey, maybe I'm real. Maybe this is real. Oh god. Oh god. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Alright. We totally wasn't going to fall out the air for a second. The plane always talks about stall. You know, stall is an abbreviation. You know? Now what that abbreviation stands for? Wow, that's a long story. I ain't getting into it. Right. It's strategic telemetry and lateral leveling. Yeah. The A is actually kind of redundant. Autonomous? Yeah. Strategic telemetry, autonomous, lateral leveling. Stall. That's what it's on about.
I worried that I'd be dizzy, but I feel fine.
Okay, we need to slow it way down because we're too high, which is going to give us extra speed, and we're also coming in really high as well. We're coming in high, which is going to give us extra speed, and we've got extra speed already. So let's just drop ourselves down 3 kilometers out. Get ourselves in that like
I love the place.
60. We don't need to go as low as 60 right now. You know, we can get it down as low as like a mid 70, 80 mid 70. So we can work from there. Right. I saw your toast. I buttered your toast. I buttered your toast. Toast. I buttered your toast. Right. Also, on the whole breakfasty foods, did I enjoy 3 lovely crumpets this morning? I don't know. Let's have a nice little cruise around here. You know, this has been a good flight so far. If I can just be nice and gentle on the landing. No, we'll be kicking things off nicely. We gave them a nice, smooth flight, well paced around the areas they wish to see, whilst also making reasonable progress in between. Right, time to return to the airport, right? Yep, announcing stopping.
Kisarazu Tower Cessna Papa Kilo, Lima Oscar Lima 5 miles, east 1200, for to land.
We found where we need to go.
Cessna Papa Kilo.
That's the one thing I was worried about, because we have had a couple of places here in Japan where the boxes have disappeared. Acknowledged.
Fly left traffic runway 02, Cessna Lima Oscar Lima.
We've had a couple of places where we've had to go and pull up the map and just see where it shows the line, the trajectory, because the boxes have disappeared.
Your office
Thankfully,
view is pretty epic, Captain.
Ryota, don't you be making that mistake.
Too.
Ryota, don't. People always call this my office. It's not my office. I don't get to do paperwork up here. It'd be hilarious if I was trying to do paperwork up here. Just flying along. Oh yeah, I'll just write on that. Like, I don't get to do paperwork up here. It's not my office. But yes, the view is lovely. And it is nice that I get to do most of my job with this scenery. But, not my office. I don't even own this plane. It's going to be great when we do though. It's going to be great when I can say, yes, I do own this plane, this is my office. But right now it's not. You know? I am
You can't
merely
even
a
imagine
taxi
this from the
driver
ground,
going and working
but
for a
when you
taxi
take off,
company.
it's awesome.
You know? They plonk me in a plane and I fly people around and then I come back. Oh, I see. You want me to go right and then whip round? Don't pick up too much speed. Don't want to go too slow, but don't want to go too quick, you know? We're trying to keep a nice little glide going. Now, the runway is nice and long, so we don't have to worry about going in a bit too quick. But I would like to just slowly ease in there, you know? I don't want to be hitting the runway at like 100. We could get away with it on this one, I reckon, but nevertheless, don't want to do that. Mainly because I do hang a little high, so I run a bit further down the runway than I otherwise could. In fact, I might try and... Nah, we'll still probably come in about as high as we do. I was going to say I'll try and come in a little lower. And I might still do that, but I'm not committed to that, you know. We'll see in the moment if I'm feeling that. Slow it down. Slow it down here, kidda. You don't need to be rushing around. Nice gentle flight. Loop over the water. Hey, they thought this one through though. Make them turn around over the water, because if they do fall out of the sky when they're trying to turn around, you know, somewhat soft landing. Less likely to land on people. You know? Actually, very right idea getting us to turn over in this spot. Unlike certain places which make me fly over the top of a multi-storey building right at the end of the runway. Now that is not being safety conscious. Really far. I got no rival. Through the blood and pain game of survival. Place underway, I got no. We're still getting speed. No, I got no rival. I got no, I got no trifle. I got no, I got no trifle. And I want some cherry trifle. I love some cherry trifle. But I got no, I got no trifle. Okay, that got a little rocky. Not gonna lie, that got a little rocky. A little rock and roll. There we go. Put a bit more power in. I don't want to gain speed, but I don't want to particularly lose speed when I'm at 60 odd. You know, I'd like to maintain in that sort of 60-70 gap. Upper 50s is fine, but when you start getting mid to lower 50s, you're starting to wobble a little bit, gets rid of some of your smoothness. I've been a new galaxy. I wanna be weightless. I love it. That is clearly not what I said. Closed captions. Yes, I totally said
Lima
new.
Oscar Lima Wincom. Clear to land runway 02.
A new galaxy.
Clear to land runway 02 Cessna Lima Oscar Lima.
Alright, we're dropping quite a bit of pace. Just throttle up a little bit. Maybe not that much. Life in a new galaxy. It's for turns like this, I don't want to be going too slow. Because this is when it wants to flip if you're trying to pull it like that. And it's going way too slow. I also don't want to go too quick now though. Now it's time to level out. I wanna be weightless. This really is just taxi driving in the air. Taxi driving in the air with better pay. This is... I figured it out. Pilots are middle class taxi drivers. I figured it out. Yeah, they're the middle class taxi drivers. They make it expensive to become a pilot, not because it's necessarily much harder than being a taxi driver, but simply so you can have middle class people have their equivalent of being a taxi driver. Life in a new galaxy. Oh, come on! Okay, now I'm gonna go outside the runway because I'm drifting too far. Well, it was going nice, and I didn't really need the flaps, that's the annoying bit. That was me just being cautious and trying to make it a little nicer on the landing.
Cessna Lima Oscar Lima. Please acknowledge.
I would if I could.
Cessna Lima Oscar Lima exit runway. When able.
Again, I will when I can. Right, there we go, we're down to 16. Chugging along. Got a nice little roll going. Hands on me. Well, that's a reduction I really could have done without. Touch me, love when you put your hands on me.
Cessna Lima Oscar Lima exit runway. When able.
I will! The whole shot is right over there. Calm it. You can see where my plane is, and you can see where the whole shot is. Calm down, you don't need to tell me 20 times in this stretch of runway. I know you're probably bored up there. Air traffic control's got so little to do, she's just gonna sit there pestering me.
Cessna Lima Oscar Lima exit runway. When able.
I'm going to... Oh my god. Can you chill out? Madame? Madame? Can you please calm down? Take me, love when you put your hands on me.
Cessna Lima Oscar Lima. Turn next taxiway.
You turn next taxiway. Hands on me. Take me, love when you put your hands on me.
Cessna Lima Oscar Lima, contact ground on 126. 126. 2 for Cessna Lima Oscar Lima.
And now we're in the hold shot. Request
Kisarazu ground
parking.
Cessna Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima taxi to parking.
This is a weird
Cessna
angle.
Papa Kilo, Lima
So stop
Oscar
that.
Lima taxi to General
feel like we
Aviation
should
parking via taxiway Alpha.
turn it around a
Back
bit.
to reality, folks. Hey, did you enjoy Ryota?
Taxi
Ready
to
to book
General
another
Aviation
one?
parking
Oh, no.
using taxiway
we've got
Alpha
the
Cessna, Lima
multi-dialogue
Oscar
Flight was
again.
Lima.
great. What a view over Tokyo. Sign me up.
Was amazing. Thank you so much, guys.
Yoko, no one asked you. She asked your son and no one else because she's rude. Like, I value the fact that you enjoyed it as well, but I feel like you should take note of that. That she only actually asked your son. Did I just see something appear and disappear? So I sort of just bleached in and out. Maybe the lack of sleep is making me see things. I only want you. Because I did only get probably about 6 hours. I want you. I might go 6.5. Because I fell back asleep a little bit. Alright, let's just let it roll. I could probably let it roll a little quicker than this though. But yeah. Let it roll. Can't really do in this moment. Except just slowly drive it along the run, well, along the taxiway. The runway. The catwalk. Gosh darn it. That song's now stuck in my head. Right, 11 knots. I'll tie you in 11 knots. Oh my. In the period of this flight, we've gone from 24 degrees to 24.6. Okay. Okay, it's gonna be a warm one. Got it. Got it. Crazy. Cray cray. Ooh, all those American floating planes, eh? The new space age technology. It would be nice to see other stuff taking off over there whilst I'm pulling up, you know. It'd be nice to see while he's just leaving to go onto the runway, taking off. I'll like taxi my backside back in. Because there's no way this airport's this dead. Like I said, a 5-year-old could fly this plane though. They really could. I'm tempted. Cut the corner. Cut the corner. You don't need to follow the line all the way around. Cut the corner. There we go. Now we're back on the line. The line is merely there as a suggestion. A suggestion to guide you in the right track. So you don't get lost.
I can see why the clients are happy. You offered them great memories.
Yeah?
Definitely something to repeat.
Thanks, Asami. Oh. Wrong one, that's parking brake. We did that one. This one? Yeah, that one. I've lost me buttons. Till the time breaks. Right, so sightseeing quality 97, flight smoothness 97, landing smoothness 71, 85 on the aviation performance because I did have that one flap incident. We would have got an S if I didn't put my flaps out. If I didn't play with my flaps, we would have been fine. Ah, aye. Like I said, we didn't even necessarily need the flaps, that was just me trying to make it a little more smoother on the landing. That cost me far more than it was worth to put them up. Right. Well, decent payout from that. At some point I should probably go down to these random little islands. Yeah, maybe go all the way over here. To the helipad. Would be nice to fly around it. Very nice. Gotta be great to own this island. Right. Izu Island. What's going on? Oh my goodness. Izu Island disappeared. We're not allowed to see Izu Island. What the heck is it? It's a myth. Izu Island is a myth. Right. I love that. Right. Let's go do the optical one. And then I think we'll work our way up. So likes of Fukushima, Sendai, Sapporo. I forgot how much money we need. That's the main thing. Turn around. I think we established we have enough money as long as I can basically keep paying for my trip up the country. So basically every time I do a job I do enough to buy one more. Oh. God, I've still got sleep in my eye. Right, remove chokes, remove pilot cover. Again, this one's a very easy plane to fly. The problem with this one is it doesn't match my flying style. In that I do like to just sort of speed up and then slow down. And this thing, once you speed up, it sort of holds the speed. It's very good at maintaining speed, which is great when you're trying to stay in the air and just sort of float along, but it's not great when you're trying to land. And like me, you're a bit over exuberant on how fast you come down. Right, we're in. All aboard! Come on, come on!
You can send the guests.
Send them! Bring them to me! Going in, we're going in. Hey, it's Wheeler Yuta. Right. That's rude. You do be giving me the same vibes though, not gonna lie.
Captain,
similar sort of
please
shaggy
welcome
haircut.
Morty and his brother. He's a good friend of the club team and living nearby, so it's a bit special to take him with you. If the seatbelts are fastened, you're ready for takeoff. Let's do it.
Request taxi clearance.
Utsunami on ground, Aero Elvira Papa Kilo.
We're not.
Lima Oscar
Oh,
Lima.
good. We're on a
ready to
flat
taxi
ground, so I
departure
don't have to worry
the
about it rolling away. Because give this thing any sort of decline and it's just going to roll.
Taxi to and hold short of runway 01 via taxiway Alpha. Contact tower on 122.
I would have just put a brake back on, to be fair. Also, we've got the illustrious floating plane over there.
Taxiing hold short runway 01 via taxiway Alpha Aero Elvira Lima Oscar Lima.
The illustrious floating plane. Now, one big advantage of this one, if you've not flown one before,
So happy to be flying with you today, Captain.
these things are
I'm
amazing
Yusuke.
for turning around. Also,
Hey,
welcome.
I'm Daisuke, Yusuke's brother.
Hello,
Pleasure to meet
Daisuke.
you.
I'll be honest, I have the sound turned up a little bit and he nearly deafened me with that yell. Hi, I'm Daisuke. It's like, Jesus. You could have just said, hi, I'm Daisuke. You have to put that, like, loud inflection at the start. There's that, like, peak at the start where it's just like, ah, my eardrum. Jesus. It's like someone yelling in your ear and then just talking normal. Right. Me. I don't know why. Completely unrelated, but I don't know why me doing that noise has Mr. Meese's in my head. Completely unconnected, but my brain just made that random connection. I just like to come alive. So now my brain's just like, I'm Mr. Meese. Gosh darn it. Only you till you decide. My words are gardens in the dirt. You're like a curse, you know that will never work. A bit absurd, I love dancing on the verge. You want another. Why? Is that in the middle? It's like you want me to hit my plane on it. Oh, could you love me now? Haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted hoose. Haunted, haunted hoose. I'm a haunted house. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Like, look at the turn on this thing. You think you're gonna have to turn a lot to get around here, but nope. This thing steers so well. Also, honestly, stopping this thing's kind of easy as well. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion. Too easy. I didn't even. Come on. Come on, roll on in there, buddy. These tires look kind of mucky.
Utsunami on Tower, Arrowell, Vera, Papa Kilo. Lima, Oscar, Lima, ready at runway 01 south departure.
Meow, 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 meow.
Arrowell Vera Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima altimeter 29er. 9-2 departure to the south approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 01.
Okay. Acknowledged.
Clear for takeoff runway 01 Arrowell, Vera, Lima, Oscar, Lima.
Haunted, I'm a haunted hoose. Okay, I guess it wants me to U-turn over. Haunted hoose. Happens in the dirt. Little mansion. Oh, we're just gonna take straight off. That works as well. I mean, this thing doesn't exactly need a lot of space to take off. It does need a bit of brain power and a bit of patience as you go. Like now it already wants to lift. I'm Mr. Meese's. Power up.
We're off. Yes, we're flying awesome.
Yeah, we are. Now, what's the altitude it wishes? 800. We're already at 500. 600.
Arrowell Vera Lima Oscar Lima. Continue for south departure.
Acknowledge.
Tsunami at Tower,
We're
Aero
actually
Vera Papa
departing
Kilo.
north, but
Lima Oscar Lima, continue for south departure.
I'd like to point out we are actually departing out of the northern end of the airport, not the southern end. Dang. That's a big store. Now I'm curious to what
Look
they
at
sell.
this spectacular view. You should charge admission.
We do? You know, it's sort of encompassed in the whole price of you paying for the flight. I don't get much of it. I get like 10%, but hey, 10% is still 10%. You know, as the saying goes. I'll be honest, if you're not paying attention, those buildings below us look like a lot of vehicles packed up. You know, just at a quick
Flying over our
glance.
beloved region
Just like,
at sunset must
parking
make you
lot.
feel
Nope.
on top of the
No,
world.
it's buildings.
Definitely need to book that someday.
Dancing in the Halo. Dancing while playing Halo. Ooh, Spot Stadium.
Aero Vera Lima Oscar Lima, leaving my airspace frequency change.
And there's a baseball.
Tsunami
We got
at Tower,
baseball, we
Aero
got
Vera
football, we
Papa
got
Kilo.
track and field.
Lima Oscar Lima,
All within
frequency
walking
change.
distance of this airport. Love it. I feel like the football's a little too close to the airport. But I can understand if you're going to put those free spotting facilities why that one might be the nearer one of the three. Although, I'd put the running track nearer. Although then again, they might have concerns about the javelin throwing. You know? But yeah, I feel like track and field, where the football is, the football being where the baseball is, and then the baseball being
Hey,
even
brother,
further back would
I'm
have
sure
been a
we'll
better
see
idea.
places we
But
know. It's gonna be awesome.
it's not bad set up the way they've done it. Again, I don't think baseball necessarily next to an airport is the greatest idea, but at least the board set it back a bit. You know, you're gonna have to be a real slugger to get it all the way to the airport. And hey, if you're hitting like Devers, you'll be fine. You know, Devers can play there. Devers will be
world
fine.
looks
He
so
ain't gonna hit the
detailed from
airport. He needs to find the ball first. Right, slow down. You know, put the engine. Just cut it. I can fly the
So how's
plane
your flight
with
going,
a
Yusuke? Enjoying the view?
Our pilot is giving us the VIP treatment.
Yep.
It's such a great moment.
Yep,
Good. I'll leave it to you then. Enjoy the flight.
I completely cut the engine. It's called the VIP treatment. The no engine, let go of the controls and drop towards the air. VIP.
I see Kaminokawa. We've got a clear view of everything.
Me
from here.
too.
I love it.
It's amazing. I recognize everything down there.
Kaminokawa. Time to go have a nice little peruse of Kaminokawa. Right, we are going to be dropping down, so merely doing this for the convenience of potentially getting the right speed, because I feel like we're pulling in a little hard. Let's see these. goes by. It's amazing, it's California. I'll be honest, that probably wasn't the best experience for them, but hey, we got you here in a timely manner, and now we're having a nice little glance around at a reasonable pace.
I don't want to leave this seat.
I mean, you're gonna have. How much money you got? Because you can pay extra, I suppose, and they might let you stay in the plane. You know, instead of having to fly you around, if you just pay them to live in the plane, they might go for...
You know that movie where the wizard flies around on a giant eagle? This is like that. Except the wizard didn't wear a seatbelt.
So you're saying you're not a wizard? You're not a wizard, Harry. That's the problem. It's because you're not called Harry. You're not a wizard. You're not a wizard, I say. Right.
I found your house. So cool. I wish I could see the family and say hello.
Wait, how did he find my house?
I can see it now. So
In
cool
Tokyo. I don't live in
Call me
Tokyo.
Cody, but I'll treasure this memory with you all my life.
Did he buy me a house in Tokyo? I would love it if someone bought me a house in Tokyo. As creepy as it would be, I would love it if someone bought me a house in Tokyo. I would actually
Everything is in
probably
such sharp focus from up
go
here.
there as soon as I could and hang out in that house. You know? And it won't matter, you know, because, hey, I got a new home in Tokyo, baby. If I have to, I'm getting on my bloody knees to thank you for that house.
At our feet.
Even if it's a pokey little apartment. I love a place in Tokyo. I would love my own little crash pad in Tokyo. Right. Well, that was a productive fly around. We're announcing that we're coming into land.
Utsunomiya Tower, Aero Elvira Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima, 6 miles south 1300, for to land.
Aero Elvira Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima Utsunomiya Tower. Altimeter 29er. 902 fly straight in runway 01.
For disaster. Acknowledged.
Fly straight in runway 01, Aero Elvira Lima Oscar Lima.
Aero Elvira Lima Oscar Lima Wine 29er 8 at 9er. Clear to land runway 01.
Clear to land runway 01, Aero Elvira Lima Oscar Lima.
Disaster. It's not liking going this slow, is it? Disaster. We'll give it a little more. I just don't want to have to wrestle the plane so much. So I want low 70s with this. Beautiful disaster. I do love how the game, if I was to crash, it would default me at like 80. So that's where it thinks I need to be, but I think more like lower 70s than 80. It just makes it easier to slow it down, and I feel like it stays pretty stable now we're into the 70s. You know, it's controllably stable. It's not perfectly balanced. You know, it's not like a pencil balancing on a bar or something.
You've been pretty quiet.
Just soaking it all in.
Totally. I was just thinking the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's not like trying to balance that on my finger. Okay, I'm not going to try and do that whilst I'm flying a plane. That's not a good idea. Well, you get the point.
Back to reality, folks. Hey, did you enjoy it, Yusuke? Ready for your next flight?
Great flight over my beloved Kaminokawa. Let's do it again.
Yours?
What an amazing ride.
You own the whole place. Dang. Dang, you ballin'. My dude is ballin'. With the $100 bills. Gosh darn it. I lost my head. I can't completely tell my engine off, but I can, well I could, but I shouldn't. But we can do this. We can chill you out. Throttle you up a bit. I mean, with these wings, does it really need flaps, you know? He's gonna have a moment if I don't give it a little bit of rev. I know it. I can feel it wanting to. And with the size of this runway, it's not worth making any sort of risk. Yeah, it didn't sound great. It did sound a little rough.
Lima, Oscar, Lima, exit runway, when able.
It was pretty smooth. And I could have probably landed a bit further down the runway, so I don't have to taxi halfway down the runway, but other than that, yeah, that was pretty solid. And we didn't use our flaps, so we didn't risk getting any flappy punishment.
Aerowell Vera Lima, Oscar Lima, turn next taxiway.
So this is a flight I can imagine we're going to get an S in, and it would have been back-to-back S's, which kind of shows you the trajectory of our ability at flying now. You know.
Aerowell Vera Lima, Oscar Lima, contact ground on 122.
122. Right, contact the ground before I get into the hotel.
2 Aerowell Vera Lima, Oscar Lima.
Lima, Oscar Lima. Request.
Utsunami out ground, Aerowell Vera Papa Kilo. Lima, Oscar Lima, taxi to parking.
Oh.
Aerowell Vera Papa Kilo, Lima, Oscar Lima, taxi to general aviation parking using taxiway Alpha.
Taxiing to general aviation parking via taxiway Alpha Aerowell Vera Lima, Oscar
It's up to
Lima.
25 degrees now. When the school lot's gone, I think I might prop my window open a little bit. Never be lost on me. Reach out, don't be a stranger. Because I don't want to prop it up whilst they're out there, because obviously screaming kids, shouting at doors, banging, all that. Actually, it might not be out there, because there is a few work vans and stuff. And you know, we might actually have some Packer Moderns around for once. Maybe. But if they are around, yeah, I don't want to risk propping my window open because it'll be a bit noisy. Follow you Back to your own, white June, bloom in the light of the moon. Back to yours, chill out in the river of your heart. It's something I learned to sing. To bloom in the light of the moon. Never be lost child. Don't be a stranger. Watching you bloom in the light of the moon. And we have arrived!
Not the type to wow easily, but I'm seeing smiles. Looks like you nailed it, pilot.
Yes, I nailed the pilot! Wait, I'm the pilot. How did I do that? It's impressive. That's more impressive. More impressive than the flying. Just gave myself a lisp. Right, 87% sightseeing quality, 100% flight smoothness, 66 on the landing smoothness. That is... oh my goodness, we just missed it. Just so close. That is a very good example of where our flying's at. Like, not quite S tier, not quite. But we're getting close to it. You know, we're getting there. Admittedly, these are up here, but this is where my form is, and this is, you know, showing all the previous silliness. So, but my form is showing that we have pretty much an S pilot at this point. You know, there's a few things in there. Like I said, we start learning on like correct fuel mixes, when my flaps can be at certain amounts, you know. But I sort of bothered to revise the details. Oh, we could easily become S tier. Yeah. But that sounds like a lot of work, you know. Ooh, Fukushima. Do we wish to go see a power plant? Right, how far up can I get you? We can get to about here. Just to play it safe, I'll go for one of these ones. Like it like this, so we'll unlock this helipad. Rolling, I like it like this. Rolling, I'll be rolling. There's no jobs on the north end, so it doesn't really matter what I do in terms of the jobs, as long as I try and keep myself more northern. So we are going to be buying our way up to Sapporo, and it's going to cost me more the further down I go. Swing. I like it like this. Not going to do the Cubcraft. Viking. Am I just going to skip doing something in Sendai? Sendai, give me something good. The Optica one. The Optica is a 45-minute 1800. That is adequate. Cessna 1800, but it's further down south. So I'll take this one. So we have Yoko Adachi is on vacation nearby with her sister. No way! And I say no way. They're leaving without flight over their holiday spot, Nace and I. Our purpose is to blow our guests away. And the pilot is key to making it happen. Well, yeah. How can I blow them if I'm not there? I must attend in order to blow them away. Wait, did I actually? No, I didn't. Do you need charging right now? Yeah, it probably does. It's a little low. One moment. Oh! You know it's warm when you can feel the heat just radiating through the window. Remove chocks and the pilote cover. I wish this right hand one would come off easily, but I know fine well to not even try that one and walk around to the other side. And it don't cause me that much issue because I need to climb on this side anyway. Oh, and this one's going to be a pain as well, isn't it? Fine. Hit detection on these. I hate it. There we go. Stand back up. In the door. Right. All aboard! Come on! Come on!
Everything's fine, Junichi. You can initiate boarding.
Jun Itchy.
Okay, on their way.
Not Jun Scratchy. The Jun... Oh! Classic ride! Sporty, but with a little bit of style. You have good taste. Also, are you twins? Twins?
Captain, seems like you're ready.
Dang.
Isn't it just perfect for a little tour?
Heck yeah.
Your guest on board
Junichi.
today is Yoko. She's got her sister with her. If the seatbelts are fastened, you're set.
Is there a
Let's
sister?
go, Captain.
Oh no.
Thumbs up.
Yoko and Aono.
Miyagi traffic Aero Elvira Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima.
Oh, Mr.
Taxiing to runway 14.
Right, well, I'm not gonna go that way to come back up.
I'm Yoko. Nice to meet
Jesus,
you.
Yoko. No need to yell.
Hey there, I'm Yoko.
Wait,
it's
what?
awesome hanging out with you today.
What? No way. No way they look the same and have the same name. Were their parents trying to make their own lives difficult? Hey, you know what? Let's have two kids and let's name them the same because they look the same. No! Were you dressed in matching outfits your whole life as well? Just... like... You're making parenting so much harder on yourselves. One of them does something wrong. Wasn't this Yoko? It was that Yoko. Wasn't me Yoko, it was Yoko. No, it wasn't Yoko, it was Yoko. It's like, damn it.
Miyagi
Why would you
traffic
do
Aero
this?
Elvira Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima. Taking off runway 14 west
Was it all
departure.
building up to this day when I have to fly them both over a place? And I've got Yoko and Yoko, who look identical,
So exciting.
have the same name.
Okay, a bit nervous too. I won't lie to you.
Okay. What about the other Yoko? Other Yoko? Is other Yoko gonna speak? Speak to me, Yoko! Speak to me! Oh, we are taking off this way. Sweet. Speak to me, Yoko. I must know your thoughts and feelings, little Yoko. Okay, I can see it wanting to go.
Not sure if I'm actually ready.
Well, too late now.
No choice
We're in the
now,
air.
Huh?
You got no
It's quite
choice
all right,
now.
actually.
So I want to get up to 500 feet. Okay, fine, I won't pull up that much. Holy wind! The lateral on that. We were drifting. Alright, we're up to 500 feet. That looks like it wants me to go a little higher than 500 feet. Okay, this is a little quieter, but not much. Mainly because we are revving the living daylights out of this plane right now. Fly to North Rokubancho. Rokubancho Park. North Rokubancho Park? The question is, where's South Rokubancho Park and how do they compare?
It's like we don't have any sense of scale from up here.
I mean, you kind of don't. If you think about it, most of your life you don't really have any sense of scale. You know, a lot of people consider themselves a big part of the world. You know, maybe you consider a celeb a big part of the world. You know, you're not necessarily so big-headed to say, I'm big and grand. But, you know, you look at a big celebrity that you like and go, you know, yeah, they're a massive part of the world. And then you realise that's one person who has an impact on the western, in our case, western part of the world. How many of them actually know him across at the other end? You know, and vice versa. They'll have people like the equivalency who they adore and go, oh my god, this is a major person.
But I feel fine.
They are a massive part of the world. The entire West has no idea who they are. You know? So, to put it in perspective, you know, we're all really just a small, little, tiny piece of this world. Because that's just looking at it on a human person-to-person level, you know? That's not even taking into account all the beauty of nature and the various things that go into life. Right. We are going to slow things down though.
Even the light seems different from up here.
Even the light seems different from up here. That is because it's actually brighter up here because, you know, there isn't buildings in your way. Like, I'm not quite sure what she means by that sentence.
I've always wanted to fly over the North Rokubancho Park. Now I can check it off the list.
No you can't. When we get there, then you can. You've got 2.5 kilometers to go before you can check it off the list. Alright? And then you've still got to wait for me to cycle it. So say in the next like 10-15 minutes you'll be able to cycle it off. But right now, you can. You're a little early. You're being a bit premature on that one, buddy. Being premature on your checklist. Right, slow you down though. Seriously? Oh, yeah, this is the one where I need to stay like 72. I don't know why, but I thought this was the one I could get away with being quicker. I think that must be the Beechcraft that it lets me go like one. It literally lets me go over 100. I want to say like 120.
Every detail is loud and clear from up here.
This is the one where it's like 74. Which is understandable, because this thing can just float around. It's fantastic.
Amazing! Just like I imagined. My photos are going to be awesome.
Are they gonna be awesome, dude? That's so radical. You know, that's totally sounds like a Japanese mannerism. Oh. I have such a love-hate relationship with this thing sometimes. Like, I love
I've never seen
the whole
anything like
concept
that.
of this simulation. But then, just this false, like, Americanism around the globe is hilarious. And I appreciate it's Microsoft Flight Sim. But also, Microsoft, as a giant global corporation, should understand when they're making a game about flying around the world and effectively, you know, exploring the world. Part of that is embracing the culture and different mannerisms and sounds, as well as just the simple aesthetics of the place that you'd get by going to Japan. You know, I want the option to make her speak Japanese to me.
Almost enjoying the ride.
Even if it gives me English, that'd be the ideal thing.
Well done.
Get my English subtitles so I know what she's saying, but she's saying it all in Japanese. Because the Japanese language is in there, but I want my characters to be speaking it whilst I don't have to be speaking it. I don't want everything to have to be in Japanese. I just like the immersion of my characters to be while I'm in Japan. And I would like them not making Indiana Jones references everywhere I go. Like I said, make reference to some anime here, or India make a Bollywood reference, or, you know.
Hey, Yoko.
It doesn't even necessarily have to be a movie reference. We could be in Australia and they could start talking about the Big Bash League.
It's amazing.
Please.
Totally.
Not the same mannerisms and everyone sounding American. It's like I've Japanesed their name up a bit, but I'm gonna make sure they all sound like they're like West Coast American. It's like, no, Microsoft, what are you doing? You're telling me you can't make them sound like they're from the locations that I'm going to? Even if you just do a generalization. The UK is a perfect example, right?
Nice to have your feet on the ground, but that
In an
doesn't
ideal
explain how
world,
breathtaking the view is from
you would
up
have
here.
separate ones for Brummies, Scousers, Geordies, people from Yorkshire like myself, Londoners, but even if you just made it stereotypical posh English sounding, fine. Make us all sound like Brummies if you have to, like. But please, just have something different for each country. Because it is a bit silly. Right, let's slow it down a bit, because we are going to have to drop our altitude down, which in turn is going to speed me up. And thus counteracts. We're gonna go right. We're gonna go left, sorry. We'll come out of this one that's in front of us. That'll be the last one, and oh, no, I'm still faster than I need to be. There we go. Come on, there we go. And roll back. I'm happy to drop a little more speed. There we go. There we go. Now I'll level it out. Now we can cruise around. Don't want to gain too much. Keep it around 65-ish. Nope, come on. Stay around 65-ish, please. Because 65 gives me a little bit of leeway each way. If I can keep it down and around the 65, it means if, you know, we have wind behind me and it pushes my speed up a little bit, I'm not going to go too quick. But it also means if I'm going into a headwind, I can push my speed up, don't have to worry. Bring it down, bring it down, bring it down, bring it down, bring it down. Bring it down, buddy. Flying a little too high. I'm making a mess of this one. Honestly, we'll get away with having no throttle for a good little bit here. We'll go through a couple of these without even needing to put our engine back on. Alright, I need to put it on a little bit as I come out of here. I'm going to throttle up, and I don't want to be throttling up from nothing. You want to keep that gradual incline, you don't want just on off. So, let's just slide that back up a little bit. Now to the third and final destination, which I'm not even going to attempt to read because I cannot read Japanese. So I cannot say where we are going. It's a mystery location to myself. Now the character might mention where this is. I say might because sometimes do, sometimes do. That was aggressive. That was an aggressive turn. Okay, okay.
Feels good to step outside my comfort zone.
Let's get our pace
like
sorted before we get anywhere
I'm a
near
kind
it.
of explorer.
The call of adventure? I'm talking whip and hacks. I'm sure you've got this famous music playing in your head.
Case in point. Case in point. They cannot help but throw in an Indiana Jones reference. At least every other flight. Hero. Gosh darn Yoko twins. I'll be your superhero. With their matching names, matching outfits, matching faces. Honestly, their parents wanted to troll themselves at that point. Like I said, you've just made parenting like 10 times harder by giving both your kids the same name and making them dress the same. Presumably they made them dress the same. And that's why they're dressed the same now. It'd be a little weird if they dressed different and then both decided, you know what, should we dress the same? You just go everywhere dressing the same. Although, if anyone wants to go around dressing the same, I am down. As long as you got some good taste in dresses. Oh, oh, oh. You can have a little more throttle in a minute. In a minute, I mean now. 64. 63, 64. Yeah, that's fine. 62's a little on the low side. I'll put you up a little bit. Just a smidgen. Not bad, not Right, 65. Scrape up a little bit, just ease you up a little bit. '70's fine, but we don't want it growing too much Because you're within... Oh, there we go. Dropped it to 69. Nice. Very nice. I like 69. Great. Oh. Not past 71. There we go. Air traffic control, thank you. I'm trying to turn, but I don't want to turn too sharply. And my airspeed's this low.
Miyagi traffic, Aero Elvira, Papa Kilo.
We don't need to throttle
Lima
that
Oscar
much.
Lima 3 miles west 1200. Ford inbound to land
Throttle
runway
enough?
14.
Yes, not that much though. We don't need full throttle, especially not in this thing. It's fun to full throttle in this thing. But then you have like never-ending speed, and considering we've only got 3 kilometers to go to the airport, let's just trickle our speed up a little bit, you know, incremental climb, and then we can decelerate at a similar sort of pace on our way back in. You know what? Chill out a bit. Let's pop you down to there. It's now floating along at a nice 80. $82. Oops. You didn't like that. I wonder where the entry could be. So go right, go left, to right back in. I'll give you a little more. At least we've got a nice wide-ish runway to work with. It's got plenty of length to it. So coming in at some sort of speed isn't going to be too much of an issue. I'm obviously going to try and prevent that, just because I want to land smooth and not keep rolling. But we can glide ourselves in. It's going to be a warm day. It's going to be a warm day. Every time we do a flight, it goes up like half a degree. It's 25.6 right now, for context. Celsius. My American friends, I cannot convert that to Fahrenheit unless I go over there and make it bleep. So you'll have to fathom that one yourselves. But it's pretty toasty, with a 35% humidity. Although I will say I was going to say my clock. It's not really a clock, is it? It's not really just a thermometer either. It's got a clock on it, but it basically thinks it's 6 o'clock. So that's interesting. I hadn't looked at the time on there for a bit. Need to set the timer. Clearly. It's a couple of hours out. Oh. Yeah, just maintain that airspeed. We don't need it to grow, we don't need it to fall, we just need that airspeed to just stay there. Stick around the 70s. And all is good. '60s are fine. But I'd rather the 60s by the time we've turned right and come back around and we're floating in rather than... Yeah, but it's fine. It's going back up to the 70s again. High 60s, early 70s. Give us enough speed to stay nice and level, but also not too fast that we're going to overrun the runway. And like I said, we've got a lengthy runway. It's not like we're trying to land on a little dinky thing. We've had some little dinky ones to land on, and they were interesting. I remember one specific one having to pull out of the landing and just say, screw this, I'm looping back around. Because I had too much pace. And I was completely oblivious to the size of the runway on my way back in. Which is funny because, you know, I took off from that runway, so I should have remembered that I was short, but I was in a world of my own on that landing. You know, back when it was like a B tier pilot. Hey, maybe it was even in C back then. Who knows? Now we're in our A days. You're part of the A team. A team creeping up on that S. Oh, we had 80 for a little bit. But thankfully, we are dropping down. Oh, 84's not what we need now. 90. 84. 82. Announce that we're landing to air traffic control. Slow this thing down. Get a little bit of lateral.
Miyagi traffic, Aero Elvira Papa Kilo.
Mr. Miyagi.
Lima Oscar Lima is on final runway 14 to land.
Mr. Miyagi. You're not going to help me land, Mr. Miyagi. So not very nice. This is not nice. And we're down. I was going to say, don't make me use the parking brake. And just in time for the hold shot. You're going to make me announce my landing first though, please? No? No, you don't want me to contact ground? We're good? I swear if I get near this box, it's like, contact ground. Do it! Contact the ground right now. I'll be unamused. I mean, something not in the air now. Was in the air.
Miyagi traffic, Aero Elvira Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima is taxiing to parking.
Stop at the parking stand.
Hey guys, welcome home. So
Thank you.
Yoko, ready for another round?
Which one?
I'm ready for another go round.
Jeez.
Captain. Was amazing. Thank you so much,
I prefer
guys.
the second Yoko. Her voice is less grating. But that might be because she doesn't come in with the initial high-pitched yell. But I'm more of a fan of Yoko 2 than Yoko 1. simply because she doesn't screech in my ear. I don't mind energetic people. I just think it's completely unnecessary to start the beginning of your sentence with a really high-pitched tone.
I can see why the clients are
And
happy.
then speak normal.
You offered them great memories. Definitely something to repeat.
Heck yeah. Right. Engine off. Congratulations, the mission was a success. Now, what do we get for our ratings? So, sightseeing quality 79, 99 on the flight smoothness, 94 on the landing smoothness. 100% aviation performance gives us an S tier flight. And we keep on leveling up. We level up, up, we level up. Up in the air. Know you want me. We'll continue to get closer to circumnavigating the globe. Right. Well, we did a couple down here. We only needed one to get to here, so we've basically done enough to pay for getting to Sapporo. And I think I want to get to Sapporo now. So we could go probably about as far as here, but I'm going to play it safe and we're going to purchase one of these. I will purchase Nanae. Oh, really? Really, there's a gap. Oh, you idiot. We've just got Sapporo on the edge though. So, if I do this job, one of these jobs, why do you have to be Vikings when I need you right now? Optica. If I do this Optica job, we'll get 2 grand and we'll fill in the gap. And then I can go up and do a Sapporo job. Or maybe even, yeah, we'll do Sapporo job. So I want to visit Sapporo. And then we can start heading off over to North America. So, Daisuke Akawa booked a flight seeing tour with his daughter as a highlight of his vacation next to Sendai. Our purpose is to blow our guests away, and the pilot is key to making it happen. Nobody can steal my soul, nobody can steal my throne. Right, it says 45 minutes. I'm going to start the time now. Nope. Start the time now? Yeah, now it started. Holding on for dear life. When I'm so down. There's no way. Alright. And there's nobody can steal my fire. Nobody can steal my soul. Right, we've done the pre-flight basics out there. Let's go. Nobody can steal my throat. Missed a little bit there. Right. Oh well.
Everything's fine, Mutaro.
I was in a bit
You
of a
can
rush,
initiate boarding.
you know.
Roger that.
So if they're a bit of a mess, you know why. But I was rushing. It was all those where it's like, I'm eating my breakfast. Alright, quickly do them. Let's start up procedure. Welcome
Hey,
aboard.
Captain. Feels like the right time for a scenic adventure.
Yeah, it does.
For this flight, you welcome aboard Daisuke and his daughter.
Okay, but you
It's a
gotta get that
sightseeing
plane down,
tour
please,
over
because it's
Sendai.
freaking me out.
The seatbelts are fastened. You're set. Let's fly.
How does she know? How does she know the seatbelts are fastened?
Aminato ground Aero Elvira
Even I
Papa
don't,
Kilo.
'cause I've
Lima
gone
Oscar
into look.
Lima, ready to taxi north departure.
Come on.
Aero Elvira Papa Kilo, Lima Oscar Lima Taxi 2, and hold short of runway 22 using taxiway Charlie Bravo. Contact tower on 122. 0 when ready.
Taxiing hold short runway 22 using taxiway Charlie Bravo Aero Elvira Lima Oscar Lima.
Where are we going?
I've never flown before, so I'm kind of stepping out of my comfort zone here. I'm Daisuke, by the way.
Hello, Daisuke. And
Hey
your
there,
daughter?
I'm Tomoko.
Tomoko,
It's
you
awesome
are
hanging out with you
way too energetic. And by energetic, I just mean that initial screech. You know? Like I said, I don't mind energetic, but please don't yell in my ear. I want. Hear me now, I do what I want. Well, let's yell. Please don't just screech in my ear. Ooh. What am I having tonight? Is tonight hot dog night or is it tomorrow? Lasagna Friday. It might be tonight. Ooh. I feel like I can smell hot dogs. And they're not my hot dogs. Because obviously I won't be having hot dogs for a couple of hours.
Papa Kilo, Lima Oscar Lima at runway 22, ready for departure north departure.
I do what I want.
Aero Elvira Papa Kilo,
Come
Lima
on.
Oscar Lima altimeter 29er. 9er 2 north departure approved. Clear
We
for
got
takeoff.
places to go, people to see. Hurry up. Acknowledge.
Clear for takeoff runway 22 Aero Elvira Lima Oscar Lima.
Please tell me we're taking off in this direction. Yeah, we are. Let's go. Let's go. We can start getting up to speed.
As you
straight
know,
away.
I'm really anxious about this flight, Captain.
Yeah, well. You should have thought about that before you booked it. Alright.
Only one way to find out. Hey, can't believe. We're flying.
You can't believe we're flying. We're in a plane. You've got a trained pilot. What? Okay, traffic
Amanado
control.
Tower Aero Elvira Papa Kilo, Lima Oscar Lima. Continue for north departure.
Tell you what, this is a nice looking location. Won't mind visiting just north of Sendai. I feel like this is one of those like really nice scenic places that probably gets forgotten about because it's between two major places. So people are like, I want to go visit Sapporo, I want to visit Sendai. You know? Yeah, but what about in between? There's a whole lot of lovely Japan just sitting in between. I'm one of those people, you know, who it bugs me. For example, American tourists coming here to see London. Okay, you want to see Britain, right? If you want to see Britain, don't just go to London. Seriously, like, spread the love a little bit. I don't care if you come here.
What's that shaking?
You know, I wouldn't advise going to Hull, necessarily, but I would say if you're trying to see... Now, here's the specific. Are you trying to see England? If you try to see England, you go Manchester, Liverpool, go across to Newcastle, maybe see a bit of Leeds, see some Nottingham, Birmingham. If you want to see the UK, you extend that to a Glasgow and Edinburgh. You know, if you've got time, maybe even go across to like Northern Ireland, a bit of Wales, get some Cardiff and Swansea in there. Like,
I like the way you multitask, Captain. Talking on the radio while flying the aircraft. It's impressive.
I feel like this is the Japanese equivalent. This is like, oh, people might occasionally think about going to like a Liverpool, Newcastle, etc. Which is the equivalent of saying, you know what, I'll go to Sapporo instead of going to Tokyo. Or I'm going to Sendai instead of Tokyo. But why not visiting in between the lovely bits? There's lovely bits in between as well. You're gonna go see a country, try and see all of it. You know?
Amonado Tower, Aero Elvira Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima frequency change.
The view.
It's why if I ever get the chance to go to Japan, I'm not just going to go to Tokyo, or not just going to go to Sapporo. You know, I want to see in between. I want to experience the whole culture, not just part of the culture. It's why even if I was a billionaire, I wouldn't just stay in fancy hotels. I wouldn't just go to these places and stay in the nicest place. I would stay in some, like, random little shack. As long as I'm not getting, you know, kidnapped or ransomed, I'm exploring as much of the country as I can. When I say I want to see a place, I want to see and experience the whole place, not just, you know, the lovely little fraction.
Awesome. I see the town. Look over here.
Because you know what? Every country has its good and its bad. And you really want to try and experience all of that. Obviously you don't want to experience it to the extent of being robbed or, you know, stabbed or out, but you do want to experience that it exists, and you want to see the areas that these things might happen in. And just get a full idea of what a country's culture's like. You know? I want the full experience. I want to go down the dirty back streets of countries, as well as, you know, experience the high end and everything in between. For anywhere I go. It's why when just travelling in the UK, I'm very open to visiting smaller places. Because I don't necessarily care how much or little is in a place, it's the experience of getting to see new places, you know. I can get just as much joy out of going to see some little Yorkshire village than flying abroad and relaxing by some pool somewhere. It's like, I can do that anywhere, you know. I'm not seeing or experiencing anything sitting at some random poolside. What I'm doing in the random Yorkshire village, though, is, you know, experiencing what it's like for people living in that village. The sort of people who are in that village, you know, what's open, what can I actually do and experience in the moment. And even that can differ, you know, if I'm going on a Wednesday, if I'm going on a Sunday, is that like,
fantastic.
Get a completely different experience.
Exactly what I expected. Bring on the awesome pics of this touristic visit.
No. They're not museums, they're living things, these places. They adapt and change throughout the week. Depending if it's a place where a lot of people have holiday homes, or if they're got a highly religious, you know, section of people and stuff's closed.
That scenery.
On particular days. No? Makes a big impact. But yeah. Speaking of lovely places to visit, I wouldn't mind going all the way up here at some point. Fly to Mount Oodaki. Finally, we get another place we can somewhat say. Got a boy, so good. I got a boy, got a boy. I'm not looking forward to landing planes on the next stream though, that's because we are going to be starting up like Alaska, Canada way. I'm not sure how far down I'm going to get. We might have to do one or two really sketchy flights right at the start of the stream, which will be hilarious.
Your office view is pretty epic, Captain. I'm out of my comfort zone, but I'm enjoying it too.
If I have the money to get all the way down to Vancouver, we're getting down to Vancouver, but You know, I'm not sure if we've got enough to get down to Vancouver, British Columbia. We might have to go to Anchorage, do 1 or 2 flights in Anchorage and then come down. To make up that little bit of funding gap. We'll see though. Because I know we can definitely get in between the two. It's just going to be a case of like how far. Because I want to make sure I can definitely get to Vancouver if I'm going to try and get to Vancouver, you know.
Feels good to step outside.
I don't want to
my
go
comfort
past
zone.
Anchorage and then find out I have to go back
I'm
to
a kind
Anchorage
of
to do a
explorer.
job, and then it's going to cost me a bunch of money to buy the next one because I've pushed it so far
I promise
away.
it's not from the iconic
Where the
soundtrack
last
that
job
goes
is.
with it.
Okay, let's now we're 8 kilometers out, but let's slow you down because you need to drop in altitude and drop in speed.
I've always wanted to do this, but kept putting it off. So glad I finally did it.
Oh, whoa. Just like that, I got the shivers. I got the shivers. We got ourselves down to a reasonable pace.
I heard we don't all feel the height the same, and it's true actually.
I mean, yeah, probably not, because some people are more used to being at a bigger height than others. Like, I'm not even trying to poke fun at people being shorter or not, but if you are shorter, I imagine being at height feels worse for you than someone who is taller and is naturally used to seeing like perspective from a higher height. Like your depth probably feels wider in the same way as when you're a kid and you see something and everything feels big, and then you grow up and you see the same thing that felt massive as a child and you're like, that's not very big. Perfect example, there was a wall.
Look at that. The
Random
empty
example.
Ovo Day.
There's a wall on Hessel Road that I would sit at. I would sit on it when my mum would go to work or my dad would go to work and the other ones with me and we're then going home, right? I would like to sit on that wall near the bus stop, and it seemed massive as a kid. It was one of them, you know, you have to sort of pull yourself up from like your shoulder height. Now, I walk past it and I'm like, it's tiny. And the wall hasn't changed in height. Like, it hasn't. The exact same height. But because it's now at my waist, it just feels tiny, and it's the same sort of thing. I imagine if you are smaller, you know, you're going to find something like this actually feels grander in a way. Because the height difference is bigger for you. Like, you're not used to having any sort of elevation. Right, let's drift ourselves around here. Give you a little bit more so you don't drop into the 50s. Nobody wants to be in the 50s. 50s, not the greatest of decades. 60s, a little bit better.
It's
yeah, I'm
rolling
totally
out the
saying
red
this from
carpet.
experience, you know. But yeah, let's speed ourselves up a little bit. Alright, we're not getting as fast as the 70s. Let's chart in the 60s. Let's get our height back down a bit as well. Sorry, buddy. I got a little speedy there. I'm just going to dig into our sightseeing a bit, but not massively, I don't think. I still think we'll get like 90s if I don't do too much else wrong, but you know, it's going to ruin 100%, which is a shame. It's always nice to 100% it.
It's amazing how clear everything looks from up there. I feel like I can see forever.
You can't see forever unless you are Doctor Who, in which case you shouldn't be in my plane, because it's kind of redundant when you've got a TARDIS. You know, a nice little box, blue box that can travel through time and relative dimensions in space. You don't really need a plane ride. Mount Dokuzan. I was going to speed us up and then I realised how much we're going to have to drop down. So let's just take the natural extra speed that we're about to get through dropping down to this height. You know, we're already up to 90 with our throttle down at about 30%. Kill the throttle. Kill the throttle. We've got 100. Alright. I know we're 4.5 kilometers. Well, basically 5 kilometers out. Now we're down to 4.5. But let's just kill the throttle a bit though.
What's going on, Tomoko? You've been pretty quiet.
Just soaking it all in, you know.
Totally.
We're at 78, 77. Alright, chill it out a little bit. We've got a little bit of a wobble off. I will say this elbow does not like me playing this game each week. I'm getting old, my joints are going. Yeah, I think we're going to turn and go around this clockwise. I think that's probably going to give me the better exit from this, so... You can have a little bit more. Oh, you don't need more. Dang. 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 You held that pace. You held that pace. A lot. Now you can have it. Wind, leave me alone. Leave me alone, wind. I'm down. I'm being bullied by the wind.
The view is amazing.
60. Oh, slow down. Don't want to sneak into the 70s. Fine. A little more. Like I said, we don't want to go sub 60. Really. There we go. There we go, 65. A nice little balance there. Keep it in and around 65. That gives us a bit of flexibility each way then. I like to give myself like 5 airspeed margin of error each way. Mm-hmm. 65 gives me a little more. I like to make sure we at least have that. It's a bit wobbly coming through here. 70 along here. Right, now continue out. Don't mind revving you up a little bit, just while I turn you around.
Amanado Tower, Aero Elvira Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima 7 miles west 1700 for to land.
Alright, there we go.
Aero Elvira Papa Kilo.
You're through the turn,
Lima Amanado Tower.
and you've got some altitude to drop anyway.
902 enter left traffic runway 22.
Thank you, air
Fly
traffic
left
control.
downwind runway 22 Aero Elvira Lima Oscar Lima.
Spending my time. Spending my time. Do I still have coffee in this?
I'm feeling
A
better
little
now. I'm almost enjoying the ride.
I can tell you're pushing past your nerves. That's awesome. Well done.
Well done! Who's a clever boy? Right. Patronizing out the way. Okay, what sort of time are we making? 23 minutes. Put your head down. Honestly, been pretty efficient for one that says 45. I think this, yeah, this was 45 because we've done more than one sightseeing, right? That's the easiest way to remember. The 30 will make you do 1, the 45 will make you do 3.
I expected to feel dizzy up this high, but I don't.
I'm spending my time. Right, we've got to find the balance between coming in too quick and not quick enough. At the moment, 74, solid little speed. Getting distracted by something just flying by my window and seeing it out the corner of my eye.
Nice to have your feet on the ground, but that doesn't prepare you for how breathtaking the view is from up here.
Dang. Do you want to stop trying to push me over? Please. Please, almighty God, stop blowing me. It's my job to blow. Not yours. Oh, you can have a little more throttle. Fine. You know, I'll give you quite a bit more throttle, alright? Oh my god, this thing's so bubbly.
Are you okay?
No.
Not too scared?
I'm kind of
Not
scared.
at all. I'm too impressed to be scared.
This big thing is really tempted to flip right now. I feel like we're getting hit by some gusts coming off the mountain. You know, it seems pretty simple, you know, just fly in a straight line. Yeah, except now and again it does that. I'm having to course correct. The bloody thing. I know, having to deal with it in the opposite direction. Stop. Stop. Stop with this attempted barrel roll nonsense. You're not barrel rolling, okay? It would be cool to hit a barrel roll, but we're not hitting a barrel roll. You're gonna calmly fly out here, whip around, turn around, come back in, land a nice safe landing. Jobs are good. Alright. I'm kind of tempted to skip the whole turnaround and just whip it round. But considering I'm at 90 at the moment, I'm not going to do that. because I will go in there at some crazy speed if I try that. We don't need that. Jesus, that's stuck so much then. I apologise about the mic rattle there. Just pulled the whole desk. It's still tempting to just turn off left there. You know what? Yeah, stay a bit wide, it's fine. Means when we turn in, it's a less sharp turn. You know? You don't have to get as aggressive on the turn. Tell you what, this does mess with your depth perception a little bit, doesn't it? Like, we know we're at 1300 feet, but it definitely looks like I'm about to hit the water unless you look right at the bottom of the screen. And then you're like, oh, yeah. It is quite far down.
Still pretty bumpy.
Well, would you like to get on the ground or not? Man's nitpicking. It's a bit bumpy. It's a bit bumpy back here. It's like, buddy, I cannot help the weather. Alright? If this plane wants to wobble around a little bit, it's going to wobble around. What I can guarantee you is I will do my best to not plummet into the ground. And you going, it's a bit wobbly, you know, isn't really helping. You know? You think I'm not experiencing that? I'm sat right next to you.
Lima wind, tree 0 tree at 4. Clear to land runway 22.
Roger that.
Clear to land runway 22 Aero Elvira Lima
Clear
Oscar
to land
Lima.
in our 22. I guess our dress will have to do, because I don't have a 22 on hand. No, just maintain. Don't do anything extra. Just maintain it. Actually, we can drop it down a bit because we are going to drop in altitude and thus gain speed and. Oh. Honestly, put the engine. Put the engine, do it. Don't be a coward. Put the engine. I'll be there to shine. Not only am I going to cut engine, like a maniac. You know what, you can have a little bit of engine, alright? Have a little bit just to float in this last little bit, so I don't want to underdo it. Because I know the game will punish me. It will punish me if I don't land exactly on the runway, even though it's a short, stubby little runway. I hit that heavy. That was not a comfortable landing.
Parallel Vera Lima, Oscar Lima, acknowledge last transmission.
Okay, I will.
Parallel Vera Lima, Oscar Lima, turn next taxiway.
I just plonked that one down. To be fair, I was a little worried about the length of the runway at that point. I forgot this thing actually slows down quite well. I could have been a little less aggressive with that. Right, you're gonna make me contact ground before I get in here? Please?
Parallel Vera Lima, Oscar Lima, contact ground on 1220.
Come on. Thank you.
122. 0 Aero Elvira
Right,
Lima
freaks
Oscar
out when
Lima.
I go into the hold shot. Hold that hold shot.
Amadado Ground
Requesting
Aero Elvira Papa Kilo.
clearance for
Lima
my
Oscar
parking.
Lima taxi to parking.
Parallel Vera Papa Kilo, Lima Oscar Lima taxi to general aviation parking via taxiway. Alpha
Welcome
Delta.
back. Are you okay, Daisuke? Ready to fly again?
Taxiing to general aviation
Whenever
parking
you're
via
ready,
taxiway.
I'm ready.
Alpha Delta Aero
was
Elvira
great.
Lima Oscar Lima.
You made our day, Captain.
You're welcome. Just don't keep hitting that really high-pitched note, please. Because it do be just going like straight through me. It's like blowing a high-pitched whistle. Oh no, we are. Oh no, we're like this. Honey Bread remix at the end, and I'm like, wait a minute, I added a remix? I don't think I do.
That was a
break
great
on.
session. You really nailed it with the clients. Keep it up.
I will try. Do 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 do. You'll try and keep it up. Right, so 90 on the sightseeing. Yeah, flight smoothness dropped to a 78. That landing was a bit rough on 43, but still an A rating. Got 100% on the aviation performance. Ooh, I'm curious to if our rank drops a little bit on that. But hey, you know, I'm not going to be too upset if it does. You know, we know what we did. Yeah, it went down a little bit. So I think we're starting to find our point. Our point is like where this line is. We're probably around here. That's probably where I'm going to level out. Probably right here. At least for now. Until I start cutting the basic errors out. You let me. There we go, we filled in the gap. Problem solved. And then we'll do one in Sapporo because it saves us buying one across here and we're going that way anyway. So what is available in Sapporo? There's an Optica, Viking, Cobcraft, nope. I don't remember which one that is, so I'm not going to do it. Which direction am I going again? I cannot remember if I was going to go this way or this way. No, I'll be going this way, right? That's going to be quicker. to hop across. We'll be crossing there, probably. Instead of going all the way around here, just to go that way. Through me, and then down, but... down across this way, so... the 172 Skyhawk probably is the better option. 45-minute, 190, also 37 minutes. And that's including me doing all this fapping, so... Hasuki Samu Arc Auto Tour. Hayato Kashima booked a flight scene tour with his grandfather as a highlight of his vacation in the region of Sapporo. Roll out the red carpet for your guests and make their flight epic. Right. We will do that when I come back up. I am going to go refill my drink and rinse out some of them granules because I don't want those coffee granules. So, I'll leave you fine, ladies and gents, with the lovely giraffes prancing around. Perfect time to grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, pop toilet if you need to do so. The ad is currently in progress, so there won't be an ad for an hour. And I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
And
Alright, it's getting close. It's getting close. My phone's up to like 80%, so that won't take too long. Tsuki Sama Photo Tour. Let's go. So we've got 3 destinations: Tsuki Samu Park, Mount Moiwayama, and a place I can't read. Something 6. Something, 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 something. I can read the 6. Never knew me. I really want to go on Google Maps now and see what that location is. Cessna 172 Skyhawk reporting for duty. I had a different soul. Only different. Some way to hear my soul. And you realize the heart with down anymore. Alright, remove. Oh, wait, it. Okay. Evergreen Tour. I'll never get used to them chocks, because
Ready for boarding, Kyokuzu.
sometimes they're in such an odd spot.
Roger that.
EK lol. Start your engines!
So, Captain, time to tour all the best spots, don't you think?
Yeah, sounds like a good plan. There is a crazy bus driver
For this
right
flight,
now.
you welcome aboard Hayato and his grandpa. It's a touristic discovery over Sapporo.
Hayato!
If their seatbelts are fastened, you're good to go.
I don't know.
Ladies
I don't
and
care.
gentlemen, it's showtime.
If they don't want to wear the seatbelts, then I ain't
Sapporo
gonna make
ground
them.
Cessna Papa Kilo. Lima
That's a you
Oscar
rule,
Lima.
not a me rule.
Request taxi to the active departure to the south.
Oh, waiting for clearance.
Cessna Papa Kilo, Lima Oscar Lima Taxi 2, and hold short of runway tree 2 using taxiway Bravo. Contact tower
Aye, aye.
on 118. 1 when ready.
Acknowledged.
Taxiing hold short runway tree 2 using taxiway Bravo Cessna
Dude,
Lima
don't
Oscar
walk
Lima.
in front of the plane as I'm trying to pull it out. Also, why would I go that way? There's no one packed here. Why would I go all the way around? There's no one packed here.
So, happy to be here, Captain. I'm
Hayato.
Hayato, nice to meet you.
Hello, Hayato.
Hey there, my name's Hiroyuki. Very happy to fly with you. I'm sure it's going to be amazing. You're going to make our day.
I don't like how he phrased that. I don't really like how he phrased that. That almost sounded like an insinuation of something more than just simply flying him around. But hey. Let's do the job. Let's get rid of Grandad and the creep. Or, yeah, I assume it's not Grandad who's been creepy. And, yeah, just do the job. Sometimes you have to do the job for someone you're not particularly keen on. We do the job, and then we get away from here. We run away from Sapporo. As much as I love Sapporo. Need to request permission to take off
Sapporo
now.
Tower Cessna Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima ready at runway tree
Should
2
have
south
grabbed a
departure.
snack while down there. All that food I could smell, it's
Cessna
making me
Papa
hungry.
Kilo, Lima Oscar Lima altimeter.
To give you an idea, I went
Clear
down,
for takeoff runway
saw
32,
cooked
Cessna,
bacon on the
Lima,
table,
Oscar, Lima.
well, on the side, and then something else in the oven, which I think was like mini pizzas or something. It was making me hungry.
As you know, I'm really anxious about this flight, Captain.
Dying on inside, I died for you, I cried for you, tried for you. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Whipper Yui, Whipper Yui, Whipper Yui, Whipper Yui. Whipper Yui, Whipper Yui, Whipper Yui, Whipper, 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 Wooey, 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 Wooey. U-turn. Right, embracing our inner politician there. I cried for you. Now let's like I said, a 5-year-old could fly this plane. It doesn't slide side to side at all. Really, look, it's drifting a little bit to the right. But by this point, it's already up to speed. You know? I could lift it that off 5 minutes ago, I could lift it off 5 minutes from now.
Butterflies in my stomach.
Oh my, butterflies. Why have you been eating butterflies? Is the real question. Buddy.
Cessna Lima, Oscar Lima, continue for self-departure.
They're not for eating. I don't think butterflies are particularly
Tower, Cessna, Papa
nutritional.
Kilo. Lima, Oscar, Lima, continue for
I might be wrong.
self-departure.
You know, I've never tried eating butterflies myself. But I don't think butterflies have a particular nutritional value associated with them. But hey, you know what? Certain bugs high in protein, so who knows? Maybe butterflies are very nutritionally valuable, but I ain't tried them, so I won't know. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Personally, I just wouldn't recommend eating butterflies.
Here we are. Belted in for adventure, right?
Yeah,
Hey,
we're
grab your hat, Professor. I promise
in
I
for
will not hum
adventure.
the iconic soundtrack that goes with it.
Oh no. Seriously? They're going really heavy on the Indiana Jones references, aren't they? We've got another indie movie or an indie game coming out or something. Is there a reason they're trying to plug indie very heavily right now?
Hold on, that was a weird jolt.
Also, Microsoft, if you only plug stuff like that, just pay people. Get people to pay you to plug their stuff. You know, you could probably get them to fix my problem in that you get them to
I'd love to
do the voice for them and get them to do the voice in whatever the local accent is, you know, make it local sounding and get them to plug their game. You know, maybe we're going along here and have you heard about this new video game? You should totally check out Assassin's Creed Shadow. You know? Come on. Oh, by the way, I was playing this game in Zoe. Oh, it's been fantastic, you know? You could have them just doing stuff like that. Been really into Zoe as of, right? But it's nice to get away and have a fly around.
I didn't expect it would feel like this, like floating above the world.
Like this. You know, maybe Counter-Strike puts a little plug in there where the character's going on about how he's D-ranked and he's stuck in a terrible elo. Waiting for this moment, so let it begin. Because, backing voice, that one. Unbreakable. Now it's frustrating. Got a solo queue. Because it'll forever put you against 4 and 5 stacks while giving you the most troll teammates. And you're trying to rank up and out of that hellhole. But it's hard to do so when you're literally having teammates throw a game. Or in some cases, you're having to play 4v5 because someone connects and then disconnects before even the first pistol round. And then you somehow drag it to OT, but then your 3 teammates who sit on the other site whilst you clear an entire site and tell them, yeah, look, it's clear. You know, those 3 can't hold the site. You know, there is 4 consecutive, well, the whole 3 consecutive CT rounds, and then we lose the T round. Right.
Sapporo Tower Cessna Papa Kilo, Lima Oscar Lima frequency change.
Oh god. Whoa, whoa, whoa. How low?
Still pretty bumpy.
Still pretty bumpy. I didn't... Why did it want me to be up there to come all the way down here? That is crazy. Me, myself, and I, at least.
I don't like the rocking and rolling.
Oh, don't you? Do you want me to make it more rocky and rolly then? Just because you said that? No? Well, shut it. Try. I just don't know why it brought me in at that altitude. Holy. Well, I'm going to be much more cautious going into the other ones, knowing that it might bring me in at a much greater altitude than I need to be. Holy, that threw me off. It's like, oh yeah, I'm coming in at too much speed and I'm gonna have to nosedive down there? Okay. No, I swear if I get even remotely close to getting an A rating.
Amazing. This. I heard it was going to be memorable, and it is.
Exactly. Exactly, it's memorable. Now, it might not necessarily be a good memory, but I definitely made it memorable. You know? He's not going to forget the time he was in a plane and the pilot literally nosedived it to go look at the scenery that he requested. Me, myself, and I. Toilet. Yeah, you better stop saying Saul. No one else. Our strategic telemetry autonomous lateral leveling. Was it? Hello, me, myself, and I. Let's give it a try. Right, Mount Moiwayama surely wants me to fly high. Surely you want to get near the peak of Mount Mount Moiwayama, right? Surely it's not going to make me fly up here and then drop down into a valley again. That would be crazy. Okay, good, good. You want me to... In effect, it's trying to make me do the opposite. He's like, hey, guess what? Now I want you to just climb. Climb like you've never climbed before. What the heck is this? What on earth is this flight that I'm doing right now? Well, you're gonna get a good view of Mount Highway Hammer, alright. This one, I'll give you a very solid scenic exploration of. Right, keeping the low is. I believe we can get a 84.
It's rolling out the red carpet for us.
No, it's not. No, it's not, buddy. No, it's not. And if you keep making that reference, there will be a red carpet. But it'll be a red carpet that started off cream. Okay?
Seeing all this, it's incredible.
We must have a bit of wind behind me, because I pulled that down and it was still like, yeah, you're gonna gain speed though.
Fantastic. Exactly what I expected. Bring on the awesome pics of the scenic flight.
Alright, now what do you want? I assume, yeah, we're dropping right down in height. Just kill the engine, kill the engine. Alright, because you want me to bring this plane down a lot. This is such a variation in elevations. Right, can this one just be a normal one, please? Without the one which it brought me in super high and was like, oh, by the way, I need to just nosedive down to here. Without the one which brought me in much lower than it wanted me to go. I feel like them two should have been the other way around, you know? One made me sort of nosedive, the other made me climb up as steep as I could possibly go with the plane. And now we got this one which is somewhat normal, but I'm still dropping altitude and hoping to God I can get my speed down to somewhat reasonable. I guess we'll... Can I... Surely that kills some speed, right? Surely that's gonna kill some speed. Right, look. Finally got our speed down a bit. We're not even down. There we go. I was gonna say we're not even down to the speed we need to be at. So I can't even start dropping back up a little bit. Even it's just right now we can give it a bit of roll. Give it a nice 25. Not even, it's just you. Nice little float around.
That scenery, stunning.
Okay, but what about my flying? You got any comments on my flying? Mr. It's a bit rocky. You got any more comments on my flying? Are you happy now? Because I think we did a pretty decent job on these last couple. That first one we absolutely murdered. I wouldn't say we did a good job, but I think we did a solid job on the last two. The first one we absolutely butchered because I had to come in from such a height. But I think as long as we land well, even though we might drop back a little bit in our A rating, we'll still be comfortably in a... And I said that's all that matters. Well, I am announcing my landing, but I don't know where I'm going, so... That's a bit of an issue.
Sapporo Tower Cessna
we go.
Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima 4 miles, southwest 900 feet to land.
Cessna Papa Kilo, Lima Oscar Lima Sapporo Tower. Altimeter 29er. 902 make left base runway tree 2.
Got it.
Make left base runway tree 2 Cessna Lima Oscar Lima.
Runway number 32.
Lima Oscar Lima wind tree 4 tree at 10. Cleared to land runway tree 2.
Roger that.
Clear to land runway tree 2 Cessna Lima Oscar Lima.
Tree falls, tree falls.
Are you okay? Not too scared?
Not at all. I'm too impressed to be scared.
Not at all. Never scared. I'm never scared. I'm the greatest. Right. Not sure how I feel about that. I think we've picked up the Japanese Donald Trump over here. Never scared. Never scared. I'm forever the one you call. That's free fall. Right. Thinking about you. How your voice shakes when you're lying. And everything about you.
Can't wait to share my photos.
It's almost like this song reminds me of someone. Right. Okay, just keep going forward. And hopefully it'll go into view. Should probably drop down a bit. Oh, I can see where the... Right, the final is a turn off near the big building before the green. I see it. I see roughly where we need to be. Okay, good. Thank goodness I dropped my height down. I'm coming in at 110 though. I got my height down to right where I need it. Problem is I am coming in quite pacey. Keep going, because I didn't know where the final was going to be relative to my current position. 500. I also don't know if I want to use flaps, but I don't know if I can. Is the problem here. Right, it's going to naturally drift me over to the left. That's nice. I lose my mind. It wants to take me left, so let it take me left. Keep it smooth, keep it smooth, keep it smooth, keep it smooth, keep it smooth.
Cessna Lima Oscar Lima, did you hear my last transmission?
No, I did not. Were you trying to flirt with me? Because I wasn't listening. My bad.
Cessna Lima Oscar Lima exit runway when able.
I will. I will, I will, I will. Slow the plane down. Slow it down. Right, there we go. Now we're at a sensible pace. A sensible pace to just sort of cruise along. Slide ourselves off the runway. Every time the beat gets loud. That landing could have gone better, could have gone worse. It was just meh. It was like the whole flight, really. The whole flight could have gone better.
Lima, turn next taxiway.
Every time, yeah. Like, there's a lot in there where if I had the information, I would have probably blown it different. You know, I wouldn't have followed the boxes so high on the first one if I knew it was going to bring me back down that far. I wouldn't have followed the boxes so low on the second one if I knew it was going to take me that far up. I then wouldn't have, you know, probably even come in as high on the third one if I just knew. But hey,
Cessna Lima Oscar Lima turn next
And then if it had given me the information about the final a little earlier and how much I needed to go down, I would have slowed it down and paced in a little better. So
121. 8 for Cessna Lima Oscar Lima.
Yeah. That was confusing. Why did the whole shot back go over there? Yeah. Every time. Yeah. Alright. Alright, that should be enough pace to roll me into the whole shot. Yeah. Hit the brakes. Request taxiing.
Sapporo ground Cessna Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima request taxi to parking.
Cessna
time
Papa
we
Kilo.
get loud,
Lima Oscar Lima taxi
see
to
ya
general
Welcome back,
aviation
guys.
parking via
So,
taxiway,
Hayato, did you enjoy?
Alpha Bravo.
Ready to do it again?
I loved it from start to finish.
Taxiing
Even
to
though we
general
got bumped
aviation
around
parking
a
using
little,
taxiway.
but what a
Alpha
ride.
Bravo Cessna Lima Oscar Lima.
I love it. We had the talking over the talking, and then I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I'll hit the button. Let's just do it again. Well, we're ahead in the sleep. You only believe forever. With anyone, and I could be with anyone. You and me, yeah, you and me. Be with anyone, and I could be with you and me, yeah, you and me. Oh.
Well, the clients weren't fully happy about their visit.
Oh no.
But with a few tweaks, you'll make it right. So keep pushing.
Boo-hoo. He's a whiny client, and I'm never going to probably do a job ever again for him, so it doesn't matter. You know? We're going to revisit Sapporo, but it doesn't mean I'm necessarily going to do a job for him. So, that flight smoothness is awful. 84% sightseeing, 44 flight smoothness, 45 landing, 100% on the aviation performance. Yeah, we've got a middle of the road B. Ugh. It's fine though. It's fine. It's gonna hurt, but I think we're still an A, so we'll be fine. I hope we're still an A after that. Yeah, look at that. It chonked us down, but it didn't chonk us down enough. In me. Alright, we've got 30k. How far will 30k take me? Probably a good bit, honestly. And if there's a job over here that's worth taking, I'm going to take it because it would be nice. There we go. A Cessna 172 Skyhawk, 2 grand. I am taking that job. Oh, do I want the Optica as well? It would be nice to earn a couple of grand just to give us that extra flexibility when we're over there. I do want to keep some of these jobs for later, like, you know, there's that one. I think what we'll do is do these two. Maybe if we catch some jobs in here, I might do them on the way, but I think the plan is we'll do the Optica, then we'll do this Cessna, and then we'll start buying some more stuff on the way. You know, because why buy the next chunk if we can just keep moving it up a little bit, you know? Hiroshi Ehara is treating his daughter to a flight team tour in the region of Sapporo. There, actually, you know, yeah, well, the area is a must-see for tourists. We must showcase each landmark in its best light. It's time to snap some photos. I can't tell you the name of any of the three of them because they're all in Japanese. They're not even translated. Just go with the feelings, take my hand. Oh, we gotta leave tonight. Oh, can I get a... No, I can't. Fine, we'll go to the other one. I feel like you're best aiming more for the wire than the actual block. Right, all aboard! Come on, come on!
Asami, initiate boarding.
Okay, on their way.
Do I get... Ooh, snazzy ride. Which is weird, because isn't it supposed to be like... I might be wrong, but I thought it was like a bit of a poorer area at this end.
So, Captain, time to tour all the best spots, don't you think? On board, you're taking Hiroshi and his daughter for an aerial visit over Sapporo. If your passengers fasten their seatbelts, you can go.
Oi! Fasten your bloody seatbelts! So we can leave, alright? Alright, I've done my bit.
Tokachi Ground,
They do,
Aero
they do.
Elvira Papa
They don't
Kilo.
know.
Lima Oscar Lima, request taxi for takeoff departure to the west.
Aero Elvira Papa Kilo, Lima Oscar Lima taxi to and hold short of runway.
Taxi to and hold short runway 1 tree via taxiway Aero Elvira Lima Oscar Lima.
I've left this running. Reset the time. You know what? I'm starting now. To see how long this takes.
Hi, Captain. I'm
Hello.
Hiroshi.
Hi,
Thanks for the
Hiroshi.
ride.
Hi, I'm Noriko, Hiroshi's daughter.
Hello, Noriko. I'll be honest. I prefer his name to your name. I don't know. Your name just... It doesn't seem to roll off the tongue as well for me. Noriko just sort of... it feels almost forced. Something like a Hiroshi or something is just... very simple. It's like a Barry. But then your name is like if you use Barry and you decide to spell it with an I. It's just like unnecessarily odd.
Tokachi Tower, Aero Elvira Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima ready at runway 1 tree west departure.
Aero Elvira Papa
Shout
Kilo,
out to Barry
Lima
from
Oscar Lima altimeter
Help My House is Haunted.
902 west departure approved. Cleared for takeoff, runway 1 tree.
Cleared for takeoff runway 1 tree Aero Elvira Lima Oscar Lima.
The second best person on that program. Obviously, Team Jane.
I'm a bit nervous, but I'll be okay. Super excited to see the landscape from up high.
How is it insistent on sending me this far back? This thing can get up to speed pretty damn quickly. And hilariously doesn't need a giant runway. You know, it doesn't have to give it a little extra runway space, but yeah, it's already up to pace. It's already up to pace. Lift. You can tell because it wants to
There's no backing out
slide.
now. So far, so good.
When it starts tilting itself like that, you know it's already up to pace. Which is the great thing about forcing it down into the ground.
Aero Elvira Lima
past the altitude we needed.
Tokachi Tower, Aero Elvira, Papa Kilo.
Time to fly
Lima,
to our
Oscar,
destination.
Lima. Continue for west departure.
Hopefully it doesn't suggest I fly at an altitude I don't need to fly at. Because I kind of butchered our last one.
Your office view is pretty epic, Captain. I'm out of my comfort zone.
It
I'm
is
enjoying
pretty
it,
epic.
too. Hold on. That was a weird jolt.
Hold on, you're weird. Alright, that was mean. That was mean. But also, you know, can you stop being nitpicky, please? We're not flying that aggressively. Also, holy sidewind.
The way you communicate on the radio while flying must be challenging. For me, at least.
Yeah, it is challenging when we got you to deal with as well. I'll be honest. I'm not going to say anything, but since you brought it up, yeah, you do make it challenging. Right. Let's get to our first destination. Fly to Lantern Eye. Something T equals house in a box. Alright. It would be so cool if I could actually read Japanese though. You know, one day I will bother to learn.
Feeling better now. I'm almost enjoying
And
the ride.
when something like that comes up, I'll do the same
Glad
thing.
you're
I'll do the
actually
like
starting to relax a bit.
silly Westerner going, I don't know what these symbols means. And then, you know, sentence or two later just let out. Okay, now arriving at, and then wherever the place is. It's like, wait, what, you didn't know? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'll go over to learn it. Hey, let's go! It actually gave me a sensible altitude relative to where it wants me to go. Okay, we're gonna take the anti-clockwise route. If for no other reason than to give my wrist a little bit of variation. Because I'm becoming like NASCAR syndrome. I'm getting like NASCAR-itis. I'm just turning the same way, so I want to turn the opposite way for a little bit.
Aero Elvira, Lima, Oscar, Lima. Leaving my airspace, frequency change approved.
Okay. Roger that.
Tokachi Tower, Aero Elvira, Papa Kilo. Lima, Oscar, Lima frequency change.
Ooh, Tokachi. I wonder if I can see their football stadium. I think that might be a very optimistic use of the word stadium. You know, I feel like ground might make a little more sense, but hey, yeah, the stadium.
I'm obsessed with this place. I'm gonna get a legendary photo album, trust me.
Legendary. Speaking of dinky stadiums, though, I have not been to Barton Town Hall Boys in forever. I so want to go there.
You really can see every detail.
Mainly because I want to see if that pitch is still an absolute slope that goes like downhill towards the car park, or if they've actually leveled it out. Actually, if I remember, after this stream I'm going to see when Barton Town Hall Boys have some home games. I want to see when their weekend home games are. And who they go. Because if there's a good little game, I might not even pay for a bus across, I might just... It's quite the walk.
It's
I
like
might do
you
it.
don't have any sense of scale from up here.
A nice little wander over the Humber Bridge. Don't tell me.
It's so quiet up here. So peaceful.
So quiet. So peaceful. So relaxing. So, do svidania. So goodbye. So, have a good day. I just wanna be with you.
Noriko, you've gone silent. Everything all right?
Yes,
Just
she
soaking it all in,
good?
you know.
Totally.
Totally, dude.
There it is. This is the...
Our American-Japanese tourists. Totally, dude. It's radical. Surf's up, dude. Gonna hit a gnarly wave here, bro. Dance with you. Just when you fall in love with someone's elf. Alright, we'll go clockwise. My fire, it makes me desire. I want to touch with you. Feel the groove with you. Dance, dance, dance with you. Yeah, just when you fall in love with someone's elf. Like, how do you fall in love with his elf? It's so small. Feel the groove. Dance, dance, dance with you. Just when you fall in love with someone else.
What a view.
That's I was gonna go so loud. No, but no. It's for you. Feel the groove with you. Dance, dance, dance with you. See, I could see that coming. I just like cut the engine and let it drop a little bit. Could you drop in speed, please? Right, I'm gonna wait for it to go sub 70 before I even throttle back up. I'm just gonna let momentum keep us going for now. It's so long.
It's like seeing the world for the first time.
It isn't. But I'll let you have your crazy moment, alright? And play along. That's outside class. Dun dun dun, 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 dun dun dun,
You can't even imagine this from the ground. But when you take off, it's awesome.
But when I take off, so not when anyone takes off. When specifically me, you put this down to my flight, because that's actually really sweet of you. You're saying it's because of my flight. You know, you're saying a big chunk of this experience is because I'm the one flying, and it's because of the way I took off. Then honestly, that's super sweet of you. I appreciate it. What I don't appreciate is this thing deciding it's gonna spin around to the middle of my neck. But it's fine. I appreciate that.
I feel like an action hero. Okay, slight exaggeration.
The Call of Adventure? I'm talking Whip and Hat. I'm sure you've got this
kinky.
famous music playing in your head.
Now I've got something else going on in my head. So you said Whip and Hat. You know, I've been trying to not think of Indiana Jones because of how many references people have made. At this point, when I hear Whip and Hat, I'm thinking elsewhere. Full speed ahead. We're not going full speed ahead because I need to drop height, and by the time I've dropped height, we'll have too much speed. And by the time you level it back out again, our speed should be reasonable. Right. Bait going to the right, and then go to the left. Staring at the sun in the eyes. And then when we get into the 60s, you can have some more throttle. But not any earlier. Right, we're in the 60s. Learn to forget everything that drags me down. I need focus. Inside me now,
That scenery, stunning.
Right. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Oh my. Oh my. It didn't like that dramatic drop, did it? It's like, hell no. Full speed now. Yeah. To be fair, I could probably whack it out from the sound of my engine, of like what I need, but I haven't bothered with this one to learn it to like that. A lot of them I do. Oh god. Okay, I'll shoot down. What's up it do? Alright, we got a little edgy route towards the back end. And because I was worried about our pace and how much we was rocking around. And then I let it drift too high and got a little out of control. But we're on our way back down now. Right now.
Tokachi Tower, Aero Elvira Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima 5 miles, east 1200, for to land.
45-degree entry.
Aero Elvira Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima Tokachi Tower.
Downwind.
Altimeter 29er. 9er 2, make left traffic runway 1 tree.
Roger that.
Fly left traffic runway 1 tree, Aero Elvira Lima Oscar Lima.
It's right. It's right now. Why are you hiding? So must I do? Come to.
Your aircraft responds so smoothly. I'd love to be a pilot.
No, you wouldn't. Not when every other person starts making Indiana Jones references. You'd actually not only hate being a pilot, you'd hate your life. It's actually annoying being a pilot sometimes. Now you'd enjoy the scenery. You know, the scenery is lovely. Some of the customers, some of them are a pain in the butt. So must I do, so can do. It's right now. So what must I do? Go to. Right, H3. We've got a whip corner and then we're down. I would like to go onto the right of it though. That gives me the best turning. On the right, I don't have to turn into it as aggressively.
Aero Elvira Lima Oscar Lima, line 116 at 10. Clear to land runway 1 tree.
Roger, roger.
Clear to land runway 1 tree Aero Elvira Lima Oscar Lima.
I'm cleared to land my 1 tree, but not on a hill. Oh, you want me to land over there? Good job I paid attention, because an idiot might go through this box and just try and land on the tarmac behind it. You know? We all know I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. Wait, what? I'm like, swear I pressed that. We're still making speed. Jesus. Still getting speed. I'll be honest, I almost forgot to level it out then. I forgot we was doing a simulation, not like a casual game.
Aero Elvira Lima Oscar Lima, turn
I
next
like casual
taxiway.
game mode for a minute then. I'm like, we'll be fine. We'd have to like land it properly, do we? I had that sort of mindset rather than no, you're doing a sim that wants you to land properly. I go into like house flipper mode, where you know it's going to finish off the window instead of you having to get
Aero
every little
Elvira
bit.
Lima Oscar Lima, contact
At least on the
ground
newer one.
122. 2.
Oh, you cheeky
Line
bugger.
to 122. 2 Aero Elvira
You cheeky
Lima Oscar
bugger, look how
Lima.
close we are to the hold shot. Look where my wheels are. It would have freaked out if I'd just gone here. Where it connected with the hold shot, it would have like ticked it.
Tokachi ground Aero Elvira Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima taxi to parking.
Matrix, that one.
Aero Elvira Papa Kilo Lima Oscar Lima taxi to general aviation.
Back to the
parking
airport,
via
guys.
taxiway.
It's 26.9
So
degrees in here.
Hiroshi, you want to fly again?
Taxiing to general
Big thrills
aviation
and
parking
safe
via
views
taxiway.
over.
Aero
Let's do it
Elvira
again.
Lima Oscar Lima.
Lima, Oscar Lima.
Loved it.
Loved it.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Now, let's try and efficiently get you around here. Try to be efficient. Right.
You turned your passengers into flight addicts,
Yeah, we
haven't
did.
you? Anyway, I can see that anxiety has turned into excitement.
Alright, 27
Well
minutes
done.
and 20 odd seconds. So, not bad. Not bad at all. Less than 30 minutes for a 45-minute one is not too shabby. 87 on the sightseeing. 93 on the flight smoothness, 41% for the landing, 100% on aviation performance gives us an A. That should grow us back up a little bit. No, it's not quite S, but solid enough. Solid enough. There we go, we gained a little nipple back. And we leveled up. Oh my goodness. Look at the XP. Yeah, getting up to 45 might be a bit of a jump. No, it might take a little while on that one. Terrified to see you lying in the darkness, colder when it's twilight. Terrified to see you hiding in the darkness. Ooh, there is actually more job spammer up here. Again. It's only a 30-minute one as well. I think we do it. Because, like I said, it's right on the edge of the bubble. It pays to do these jobs, especially when the current one would get me to here. But if I'm starting off from... Oh no, sorry. Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, the current is about here. Is in like this area. That's probably the one I would have to go for. But if I do from you instead, we can basically hop to this. This one probably just to be safe instead of this one. You cross the line. It isn't going to really matter though, is it? No, because we're still going to have a big old gap in here. This time you cross the line. So you know what? I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. As tempted as I am to do it. We'll buy this one. The drill site all the way up here. The end. Plenty of overlap. Now, like I said, there's nothing really in here. The highest we can go is you. Alright. Doesn't a rock have out? Not even a helipad. A rock. A rock, why are you so desolate? Not even a helipad. This time you cross the line. Well, my tour. Let me buy my tour. That's the question. This is as far up as it'll let me go from this end. So we got up to here. You cross the line. And then we have to skip that gap because there's no other alternative. We'll fast travel all the way up to here. You know, there's no way of me filling in this void, unfortunately. Now, you... Ooh, should be able to get me to here. Should be the operative word. Pod. Yeah, that just connected up. And then you can go as far as that one again. Should connect. Should again be the operative word. Yep, it does. There is a job up here with a Viking. No thanks. I don't work for you Vikings. Oh shoot, which way around are we gonna have to go before I figure this one? Because we know a hop. Is this another bit where we've got a gap? Maybe this way might make more sense just because aesthetically it's gonna have less of a gap. Maybe? No. No, there's still gonna be big gaps. Regardless of which way we go. We're gonna need this one. We're gonna need you. One of these. There's gonna be a bit of a void in here because there's nothing in here to get. Lana is really just on its own. There's some bits there. Is that one? Yeah, there's one there. There's a couple of dots there. But yeah, there's a gap in here, so I guess we go to like you or you. That one's probably gonna connect up nearer. We're connecting to this. I probably want... Honestly, these are relatively even. I'll take you just because you have more landmass that you're going to give me coverage for. Like, that one's literally in the area now. Which means we could go for this one. Is it worth going for the one above it? Yeah, we can probably go for this one, actually. Right. And then... there isn't any real choice, it's just going to be a bit of a gap, isn't it? Right, there's no way I can get coverage. No. The next dot. Right, there's dots up here. Oh, there's a dot in here somewhere. Dot there. Searching for white on white is a little awkward. Not gonna lie. Little awkward trying to find white on white. Also, I apologise if you know the banging around in the next room. I certainly can. It sounds like they're trying to come through the wall. Oh, we have... Seriously, what on earth are you doing in there? Ooh. Yeah, we're gonna have to... It's a shame, this is literally like one... If we could just have one there. In the bottom of the ocean. Yeah, I'm actually debating going this way, even though it's... probably a bit longer, just simply because it'll look cleaner. Yeah, we're going this way, I think. I think we'll island hop. There'll be gaps still, but I feel like it gives me the clean exploration round, you know? So the next one, like I said, there's a bit of a gap. But we can then hop to you. 1600. Jesus, that's expensive. Imagine we get stuck out here. A destiny. Wait, what's the next one? Oh no. Oh no, next one's not all it's over here. Wait. Let's see one on there? Now I'm seeing things. So yeah, it's literally this one. A DAC. DAC. 2K. But you know what? We covered a lot of ground, so... You know. Pivot the pivot. Right. We've used all the nearest ones we could. You know, we've kept it as connected as we practically can. Now, I think this is where we might actually be able to start lining things. So we can do this one, which should keep connected. One's near enough to stay connected. But then have you can go as far as like here, but the problem is there's nothing that far. So King Cove. Old King Cove was a Mariel Soul. Mariel Soul was he? Melody to set us free, sing destiny. Melody to set us free. Again, we can get to about here, but this is the first one up that is connectable. We can get to about here. Now, yeah, I'm actually going to go for this one. Because we're going to hop across via you. We're going to use you to then go like that. We can get to both of these. I'm going to play it safe and just make sure we take this one. I feel like we could have taken either of those, but that one plays it safe. Skydiving up here. I kind of want to do that job. Not gonna lie, I kind of want to do that job. I know it's gonna knock my rank down and everything, but that is such a tempting job to take. I think we've got to do a job in Anchorage, right, before we go down. I'm not doing that skydive. As much as it's tempting me, I'm not going to take it. Right. No, we're not. I don't know. No, I'm sorry, we're not going to Anchorage. I'm just going to go this way. Anchorage. You just don't fall on my path well enough. Oh, we could so stretch it to there, but I'm going to play it safe. I'm going to take this one to expand my boundary and then take that one. Mudhole. Melly K Mudhole Smith. Love it. Love it. Stomp a mudhole. Right, we can get to about as far as here, but again, this is the nearest one. Icky Bay. I found it on Icky Bay. Okay, well I guess we take one of these, which is a bit further back, but hey. We could probably stretch it to one of these. I'm going to play it safe and go with you though. That one was very close. That one was like the difference between my measurement, how I'm measuring, you know. That was very much down to my measurement inaccuracies of would it go further. Okay, well that one, they're too far. We can take you guys. So Craig, we've got the helipad down here in Craig. Fish Egg Island. I wonder what's in or around that island. Just out of curiosity, you know? I wonder why they called it Fish Egg Island. Castle in the sky. I wonder if You know, is there any particular reason that's a fish egg island? Well, Graham Island can wait. Vanilla Island, though. I would like to go to the light station there, please. Flashing in the sky. Castle in the sky. Okay, that one's a bit too far, and that one seems like just the right distance. In that, it's a bit nearer than I think we can get. I think we can get in between those two. But that one's perfect for me, having a slightly conservative approach to it, you know? Oh, it's a TT. It is a TT. And we can get to you. I'm going to play it a little safer. And we'll say the one that's a bit further inside. Oh, with you. Oh, plenty jobs. A 172 Skyhawk 30-minute trip? Oh, I wish the TT was the regular one. It's in a nice little spot though. Sky, castle in the sky. Hey, you know what? We've still got 9k left, and we've hopped round here. Like I said, oh, there's one there. I could have taken this one here. Who cares? I missed that one. It's fine. It wouldn't have really made a difference. It would have just made this gap a little smaller. You know, there's nothing in here to really fix that gap. Again, that could expand it out, but not really do anything. Nothing in there to fill, nothing in there to fill. You know. We haven't left any intentional gaps. Wait, what's this red dot one? Is it the sky? Oh, it's the delivery. Deliver an aircraft down there. Interesting. Right. No way. I'm not getting all the way back up there though. We will rock you. Now, we will do the Cessna job. I don't need to do the Cessna job. I could probably get down to LA. It's the crazy thing. We could probably get down to LA at this point. I think what I'm going to do though is make us a little bit of money back. Get us back down. Get us back up to 10k. Dreams come true. Then I might buy one to get us down into Seattle. And work our way down the west coast. Will be our plan going forward. Right. Julie Logade just arrived at the club with her sister. Get ready to show them nice views. One more. No, right. Of their beloved region around Squamish. You want me to do what to the Amish? Rude? Alright, it's a nice simple one. It's take them up, show them one area, fly back. You don't have too much to worry about with this one. Screw Amish. Screw the Amish. It's just rude. I do not like the name of this place. Also, woman, I'm taking my phone off charge. Right! Oh, what a lovely backdrop, by the way. What a beautiful backdrop. This is one of those places where it's like, aesthetically, you'd love it. The practicalities of living here, though, so much. It's one of those, you need the money to be getting stuff brought in by regular. You can't do that, and you've just sort of got to live off what's local. Yeah, you might struggle. You know, unless you want a very simplistic life. Make your dreams come true. All aboard!
Mike, initiate boarding.
Dreams come true. As you're forgetting, we're not down in Vancouver itself at the moment. We're outskirts, see?
Hope you're ready to work your magic up there, Cap. Captain, please welcome aboard Julie and her sister. They're good friends of the club members and they're living nearby.
At least
so it's a bit
now
special
we're
to take them with you.
in North America.
Have your passengers
These
fasten
people
their
are going to
seatbelts,
make sense.
Then you're ready to depart. Captain, it's your show.
They're going to stop making sense when we go into South America, though, and they all sound like I'm from LA. Like, you know? But
Charlie Yankee Sierra Echo Traffic
now,
Cessna Papa Kilo.
it makes some sense.
Lima Oscar Lima is taxiing
It makes
to
some
runway
sense
15.
that a West Coast American could perhaps be up in Vancouver doing the air traffic control.
Hi, Captain.
Hi,
I'm Julie.
Julie.
Can't wait to be looking down at my hometown.
That's just rude. The fact that you phrased it as looking down
I'm
on your
Sarah,
hometown.
Julie's sister. I can't believe we'll be up there in a few minutes. Can't wait.
And now I'm going to deliberately take forever to get up there. We'll be up there in a few minutes. She's giving me the edge to slow everything down to a crawl. Thank goodness the grass is frozen, right? Thank goodness. Thank goodness we're up here in the tundra. God, love. I don't know why, but I've got this craving of having the money to build a castle. And up on that hill. I don't care that there's an airport here. Up on that hill would be great.
Charlie Yankee Sierra Echo Traffic Cessna Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima taking off runway 15 departure to the south.
Like, that would be such... Could you imagine everyone taking off from this airport has to taxi here and they're looking straight at your massive castle on this hill? Be lovely. You better know. And you surely you can't pull the environmental card on me, you know, because they built an airport right here. You can't then go, oh, but you can't build a castle up on that hill just over to the side of it. You know, it's not like I would have to deforest to do it, but unlike here, where you've clearly cut a big old strip out of where the trees were. Up there is very lacking in trees. Skyline, sun in my eyes. Skyline, sun in my eyes. Music, but I'm dancing. Which is bad, because, you know, these guys were turning all your carbon into oxygen. You know, your basic secondary school science. Or high school science. Okay, well, the good thing is we're flying a plane that a 5-year-old could literally fly, and it will get itself up to speed very quickly. So I'm not too worried by us being that wide. I am a little worried about us having to bring the plane back down on this runway. It's nice and wide. Actually, you know what? It's got a reasonable lift to it. So I think it kind of just went by. Because that's where I just saw something flicker. Unless, like... No, even then, I think I would have gone by doing. But yeah, I think a car of some descript has just gone by.
That push back into the seat, that's wild.
You like it? I like it. It's nice. It relaxes me. Music, but I'm dancing. Happy running, happy running, happy running. Okay, I might want to get up the height a little quicker. There you go. Live to Squamish. Squamish. I don't like saying it like that because it sounds like I'm being rude to the Amish. So it's like I'm saying screw the Amish, you know, rather than Squamish.
Mike was right. I don't feel
It actually
afraid
does
or
sound like
dizzy.
the sort of person who was Amish and then escaped, came up here and then set up their own town and literally wanted to have like a little pop shot at the Amish. Dun, dun. I would love to actually know the backstory of this location's name.
Hey, sis, I'm sure we'll see places we know. It's gonna be awesome.
Well, yeah, if this is your hometown, you should see places you know. It doesn't look like a particularly big place, so... You know? Even if you're from, like, LA, and I fly over LA, you should probably recognize some places in LA. You know it's a big place and, you know, you might not see it through the stuff that you don't recognize. So, in a small place like this, yeah, you should probably see some places you recognize. Oh. The local
It's
bar,
so quiet up here.
for example.
So peaceful.
Rather than the one
city
of
of Squamish
50.
over there. Nice.
Everything down below looks so tiny.
Tiny! I love the delay. Everything below looks so dramatic. Drum roll. Tiny! Tell you what, this lake looks nice. Well, river? Yeah, it runs all the way through, right? Whatever, lake, river, it looks nice. This looks very scenic. I could imagine this place, given like technological advancements and being brought into the modern era, being like a really good getaway place. A lovely place to have a holiday home. This is one of those places where if I was a realtor, I would say get a place here for your family's future. You know, it might not feel like much now.
You can see every
But-
detail.
100 years from now, could be popping off. You know, with a bit of investment, invention, this place could be amazing.
I can see forever.
I like to think of it a bit like Whitby, you know? At one point, there wasn't tourists flooding to Whitby and loving Whitby. But there was people there who knew it was scenic and loved it. And knew eventually there would be some sort of inward investment in bringing people into the area.
It's like seeing this place for the
Perfect
first
example.
time.
This place is stunning. You know? You're not gonna rant and rave about having a place here right now. But I tell you what, down the line, when this place builds up and, you know, it eventually becomes like a hotspot of tourism, heck yeah. This place is gonna be amazing to own a place in.
That's my place. If I were home, I could wave to myself.
And you know, it might not happen in my
I
lifetime.
spotted it too. I
Might
had
not
just
happen in
enough
the
time
next
to take a
generation's
pic.
lifetime, but there is a point.
I'll send it over as a little keepsake.
This place will become like that.
I might be a softie, but I'll hold on to this memory with you always.
Because think of it, all the major cities that exist now, at some point, were just a barren bit of land. Everywhere was just a barren bit of land at some point. You know, we all had to grow through these phases of being barren bits of land and getting slowly bigger and bigger. And if you really want to invest in your family's future and not necessarily your own, you know, if you've got that money and you're trying to invest in your family's future, you want to invest in places like this. Places that are aesthetically beautiful and will stay aesthetically beautiful, but then, you know, currently don't have a whole lot, but will eventually will. And that property will vastly improve in value. You know, it'll go from something that's worth practically nothing to something that's worth a metric ton. And if you already have a metric ton and you buy a bunch of places like this, well, guess what? Your future generations are going to have a whole heaping portfolio of places. And the extra money they've got, well, they can go get places elsewhere. Either for themselves or to do a similar sort of thing. Have a 200-year mindset instead of a 2-year or 20-year mindset. You know? Look how lovely this place is. Now imagine that small town below you is a thriving city. You know, over there where it looks a bit more barren to the right, probably grander houses with parks, and you know, you have a bit of a tourism-y area down here near the river. With big attractions, some offices down there. It'd be fantastic.
I can't wait to tell everyone back home about this.
Downwind entry. I am breaking downwind. Wait, do I need to fly over that ridge?
Almost there, guys.
Yeah.
So Julie having a good time? Ready for another round?
So cool. Thanks.
Yeah, I
What
do.
an amazing ride. Loved it.
You know what I would love? Not having to fly over this bloody ridge. Who thought this was a good idea? Change the flight path to being on the right of the ridge. Go through that gap instead, you know? That would make way more sense than this, like, you should just sort of like float over the ridge and then take a sharp turn. Just make the turn a bit wider, you know? The suggested flight path should be through there and round. Marginally longer, but much safer than flying over the ridge and potentially clipping your right wing.
Stop. Stop. Stop.
Toilet.
Stop.
Toilet. 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 I'm not even looking at that right window. We're past it now. So let's chill it out a bit. Since we're going at 109, we should have probably eased that off a little bit. So, I'm a catch a murder case, case the joint, case the joint. Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. Do 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 do. When you were born, you always had it all. I soon dropped the ball. Look where you have. Oh. Right. Let's slow this down. A little more. I'm glad we're not going near 100 anymore, and we've got past the ridge. We've done the hard part. In terms of the flight. For me, landing's always the hard part, but in terms of the flying aspects, we've got over the weird little ridge that we had to fly over. We've got ourselves down to somewhat of a reasonable pace after building up to like 105. We now just need to do the final glide in. We're at 73, not going too quick. We've announced that we're coming in. 72, level you out. Oh, that was a bit janky. That was a bit janky.
Charlie Yankee Sierra Echo Traffic Cessna Papa Kilo.
No, I said janky,
Lima
not Yankee,
Oscar Lima is on final runway 15 to land.
This'll do. This'll do. This will do. Oh my goodness. Bit pacey, bit pacey, bit pacey, bit pacey. Wee lassie, we're coming in a little quick. Coming in a little quick. Coming in a little quick, coming in a little quick, little quick. I tried slowing it down, we didn't slow it down enough. Oh my goodness. Hey, we didn't crash it. I avoided... Max? What? Okay. Okay, well... That was a... It's always the last one, isn't it? To be fair, probably not the last one, but... It's always on the back end of the stream I do something silly like that. Right. 87% sightseeing, 100% flight smoothness, 0 on the landing for obvious reasons, 85 on the aviation performance does put me just below an A. So we are going to de-rank a bit, but I think we're staying in the A. We have enough buffer to absorb that. Just like we did in terms of our wheels. Honestly, not that bad. That could have been... It looked like it'd be a lot worse. Oh, now look, quite a lot of jobs around here. But we're not sticking around, so I guess we've got these if I decide to return to this area. I am kind of tempted to do the 1000, a ride with local resident around Nooksack. That sounds like I'm saying something else. Oh yeah, me Nooksack. Me Nooksack. A ride around me Nooksack. Right, well if I didn't do that, I could get an airport at the other end, Tacoma, Washington, eh? Hold on. We can go... You know what? We'll go in here. We'll go with you. It's a nice safe one. 850. Good job I did, because that's just on the edge. Right. Holy. There's a bunch of jobs around here. Vino. Craft. Is there any points where we're going to need to do a lot of jobs? Because we can do one job, get into here. Presumably Salem's going to give me a job. I feel like... Eureka! 1, 2, 3. I'm thinking about... I think we can get through most of that pretty simply. We can definitely go from like LA down to San Diego. Okay, what's my plan? Am I going to go this way or this way? Presumably I'm going to go down to you. I think we go down to La Paz and jump across. Right? Try and go that way. Maybe. Maybe. That'll connect. That'll connect to you. Maybe we'll cross here actually. Because that should at least get me to there, and that obviously would meet me up there then. And then that can connect up to here. Yeah, so we're gonna cross here. I'm gonna need 5, 6, 7. I think if we try and keep our money up, we can safely get ourselves to like somewhere like here without too much bother. And single jump. Is there any... I'm just trying to see if there's any like biggish gaps where we might not be able to do... Well, we're going to need to do like 2 to make it. Because every time we get to a big area like Durango should have a job for us. That then means I can move to the next bit. But then the next bit is probably like here. And then I need an extra, you know, so I get 1 job, it pays for that, but it doesn't pay for me to buy this one to get to here. So... I think to get through most of Mexico, we only really need... And then we're gonna have... Oh, we're gonna have to probably go out to the east coast. That's a bit awkward. What you might do next? An itty bitty spider with an itty bitty lighter in. I'm gonna go up to you. I think from you I'm gonna have to go across to San Andres. Maybe? Safe to stay away, moving closer. We need to get ourselves into here. Just come for you. Because I think I want to build up the extra cash before we leave America. Well, call it like... See, getting from like here to Panama City. There's like Buenos Aires and stuff, but how much of that is actually going to the areas that pay me much, you know? And how many am I gonna have to bap around? Also, getting from Panama Canal around is gonna be a bit of a pain as well. The day you wish, moving closer. Medellina has got to be my target over this end. I think we might want to have like an extra... I apologize for all that noise. Not a whole lot I can do. I think we might want to just have like a good 30k available. It's going to be easier to come back down. Go back up, then come back down, because when we go back up, we are going to have... See, in here is going to be a pain as well. To get from like here to here. Don't know how. Because we've got some in here, but... Yeah, there's not going to be much between Lima and La Paz for me to do, I don't imagine. And it's going to cost me 1, 2, 3, 4, probably about 5 grand from Lima to La Paz. Minus the job in Lima, we need an extra like 4 grand for him there. How much is this worth? So 2 hour doesn't tell me. Missing man. I mean, it's a bit early to be telling me about that, and also I'm not using a Quebec craft. I don't think. I might be tempted. Down to Salta. Santiago. How far down am I going to go? I don't necessarily want to go all the way down here. No, there's not really much down here. No offense. But then again, you know, could always cross on over. I mean, we're not going to be able to connect you up anyway, so we're going to have to give it a bit of a break. We will go... Alright then, in that case, where would I like to cross over? Buenos Aires, how far down can I go? 1, 2, 3... We can comfortably get to here. Crossing is a bit of a pain from one side to the other. I guess we have to sort of hop through here. Oh, that's going to be expensive. Is he a shorter option? Like if I work my way further down the country. Okay, it's going to be interesting to figure out how I'm going to get from like West Coast to East Coast. I mean, as long as we can visit most of the countries, it's, you know, sounds like good. You know, I've still got the entire continent of Africa to go to yet. Oh, we've made a good old loop round here. We haven't been to Eastern Europe, we haven't been to Russia. But considering we haven't been to those places, we've covered a lot. You know, that's a long old journey. Might have to re-enter through Greenland, that's for sure. We'll have to come like this way, and we can get you lot covered. Greenland to Iceland, how am I going to do that one? I think with a gap. Backstreet boy, you want me to? We'll come the Quebec way, and I guess I'm going to re-enter America via Florida. So it doesn't matter if I go a bit east coast to go in Mexico, I suppose. Because I'm going to go Uber into Florida. Hey boy. Yeah, we're going to re-enter this way. Go that way. Probably the better way to do that. Radio Magic advertisements. Of course they're all on the East Coast, when I've almost circumnavigated the globe at that point. Right. What jobs are in our general vicinity then? Because I'm not going to rush ourselves down the country when we have 9k. Beechcraft. That's taking me in the wrong direction though. To take some of these. I still want us to make some forward progression. You know, we're here. I'd like us to at least get nearer to where we're going. But what's the last one that I want left? That's a Viking. That's a Beechcraft. I'm not against it. But do I necessarily want the Beechcraft as the last available job? Cessna 172 Skyhawk. It's a short one though. I think we can do a longer flight. So let's do a longer flight. We've got a long one in us. We've got a triple sightseeing tour. That's for sure, so free boy, you want me to, I just don't. Oh, it's only a 30-minute. Is this seriously not a Beechcraft? That's not bad. but I would like that with maybe... You know what? We haven't flown the Beechcraft today. Can be your Backstreet Boy. So let's give the Beechcraft some love. No, actually I'm not. No, it's my last one of the day. I'm not trusting my landing with a Beechcraft. I need to be like fresh for a Beechcraft, I think. I think I'm gonna completely cock it up on the landing if I go with the Beechcraft right now, so let's not. Viking, I would like us to have a nice solid finish to the day, not me goofing it up. Optica 172 Skyhawk 13 minute. There we go, 45 minutes. Did I just say Bass Pro? Yes! Alright, let's do this! Bass Pro Shop, baby! Bass Pro Shop and Cabela's Boating at your feet. Jessica Herrera and her grandmother broke the bank. Okay, for this special vacation. The highlight of their week, an unforgettable ride over Tacoma. It's a popular tourist destination, don't you know? So do your best. Your passengers will be devastated if you don't swerve when you drive. No, if they don't get a perfect shot. Right, let's go. So before you lose it. Right, let's do it. Oh. Oh, it's thinking about this one, isn't it? It was having a bit of a think on that one. It's like, oh, do I really want to give you this one? It's like, yes. Yes, you do. Give me my Skyhawk. Give me my Cessna. Let me go on my flight in my Cessna. Sasquatch Explore. Right. Shocks. Okay, that was reasonably easy. I like it. I like it. I like it. Keeping it nice and easy for me. All aboard!
Ready for boarding, Sylvester.
Final calling for Tacoma. We are going to go see the Bass Pro Shop and the boating. Was it? Something about boating. But the important one is the Bass Pro Shop, of course. Everyone wants to go see the Bass Pro Shop. The big old triangle. The big triangles.
Captain, you ready? Sure feels like the perfect day for a tour, right?
The American pyramids. Bass Pro Shop.
For today's scenic flight, you're guiding Jessica and her grandmother over our charming local town of Tacoma. If the seatbelts are fastened, you're set. Captain,
they better be fastened because I'm going to swerve when I fly. Right. Let's go.
McCord Ground,
Don't
Cessna
stop being
Papa
silly
Kilo.
now.
Lima Oscar Lima, with India request taxi for takeoff north departure.
Hold short of runway 16 via taxiway Alpha. Contact tower on 124. 8 when ready.
Acknowledged.
Taxi to and hold short runway 16
I only really
using
half-heard
taxiway
you
Alpha
because
Cessna Lima Oscar Lima.
someone else was having a conversation. But nothing. Demons all to rest.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for taking us aboard.
You're welcome.
I'm
It's my
Jessica.
job.
Nice to meet you. I'm Ashley.
Well, nice to meet you,
I'm hanging
Jessica
out
and
with
Ashley.
Jessica for this flight. Lucky me.
Why did that sound like she was being sarcastic? I'm hanging out with Jessica for this flight. Lucky me. Ugh. She's a pain. I vocalized her internal monologue. Cause I'm lost in the deep end. I can't swim. Help! I'm drowning in the deep end. Right. In the deep end. There's frogs in the deep end. There's some frogs in the deep end. Frogs in the deep end. Me if I lived in a small town. Me as a teenager if I lived in a small town. Hey look, there's frogs in the deep end. I totally didn't put them there. Begin to break. How long before you have to walk away? Falling backwards. Hands on the wall, reaching out for someone. Back. Cause I'm lost in the deep end. Use your other arm as well. You'd have to put all the pressure on one elbow. Alright. Because clearly the castle is just not enjoying me doing that. In the deep end. We're holding. Hold! Request clearance!
McCord Tower Cessna Papa Kilo, Lima Oscar Lima, ready for departure to the north at runway 16.
Come on.
Cessna Papa Kilo Lima Oscar Lima Altimeter Tuniner. 902 departure to the north approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 16.
Okay, why is it when I get to America they have more of a variation in accent than the entirety of the rest of the world? What the heck, Microsoft? Why? Why did you give her a different voice when the majority of the voice lines in this thing are American?
So exciting. Okay.
But you will not give me someone in Japan who sounds even remotely Asian, someone in India who sounds remotely Indian, or someone in Britain who sounds remotely British. But you're like, oh yeah, we've got to have a different variation of American. Ah, you menace. Right, go this way and U-turn it. When I'm gone. I think this is what really messes me elbow up. Gone. So follow inside. Follow inside. Right. The good thing is we are flying the plane that a 5-year-old could fly. You know, just get it up to speed, line this baby up. But it has full control. Like, it's so easy to control this thing. But that keeps it straight. Like, just little bounce, you know? And then elevate it to the sky. Whoa!
Anxious, but there's no backing out
So
now.
elevated.
It's quite all right, actually.
I shouldn't do that in the middle of the climb. But yeah, so elevated, baby. So elevated.
Cessna Lima Oscar Lima, continue for north departure.
Aye aye, Captain!
McCord Tower Cessna Papa Kilo,
Fly to the Bass Pro
Lima
Shop.
Oscar Lima, continue for north departure.
I'm not even joking around. It sounds like I'm joking around. But fly to the Bass Pro Shops / Cabela's Boating. Inside, follow inside. Promise me everything, promise me everything. Oh, I've got a bit in my eye. Let's do my edit. Right. Oh well. I'll cry it out.
The view, it's incredible.
Ah! Incoming missile! Incoming missile! There we go. I don't think it liked me revving it that hard. Oh, so hollow, hollow inside. I'm going to speed it back up though. I can't completely slow it down. Everything promised me everything. Oh my goodness, you really want to get a left lean on, huh? Stop it. Stop it. Look, I'll let you naturally lean me into this. Okay, now you don't want to lean.
I'm totally...
Hey.
Wow. I'm usually more articulate, but wow.
You're usually more articulate. You're not articulate. You articulate because you're articulate. Jesus. Also, the irony of me giving an English lesson. Bearing in mind, I had to redo my English. Now, I had to redo my English because my English teacher was an idiot and lost my coursework. But that's, you know, that doesn't matter. It's hilarious, actually. She lost a big chunk of coursework and I still, like, got a D. But still. I'm curious to what I would have got. I guess I would have got a B, probably.
The size of
if
the
she didn't lose my
landmarks is
coursework.
so different than from the air.
But yeah, I had to
They feel
redo
close
that before.
enough to touch.
Well, redo that for college during my BTEC, which was really annoying because I had to redo maths because they don't do one without the other, and I already had a B in my maths, so I was effectively just hanging out in maths and helping the teacher teach people for the maths. But anyway, you articulate. What word you're looking for is you are articulate. You know? As an individual, you are articulate. You do the act of articulating. Right. Dun, 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 dun.
Sunsets and sunrises must be amazing.
Now, to the Bass Pro Shop. The Bass Pro Shop and Boating. Sorry, Cabela's.
That's Base Pro Shop / Cabela's Boating.
Did you just call
Look.
it Bass Pro Shop? Bass. Not bass. It's the bass. All about that bass. No treble. Just... Okay. Bass Pro Shop, baby. Who wants to go to the Bass Pro Shop? What we do is we play drums until the fish really hate it and jump out the water. That's how we catch fish at the Bass Pro Shop. We hit them with some heavy bass. Sometimes we use an electric guitar. So, for the big fish, we get an actual bass. I know, crazy idea, right? But we hook up a bass. All those bad boys just hop out the water. They hate it when we play the bass. Absolutely hate it. Just call my name. Call my name.
Amazing! Just like I imagined. My photos are going to be awesome.
I mean, all thanks to my great flying, right? Keeping it nice and smooth at a pace that you can enjoy and capture the moment. Now I see different from the rest.
I don't know where to look next.
I'm lost and afraid. Hit the ground. Right. Let's
Seeing all this, it's incredible.
Yeah, it is pretty incredible. Just incredible. Right, now to Conservation Park. Choices I I'm lost and unafraid. Bit windy.
I'm feeling better now. I'm almost enjoying the ride.
Bit windy.
I can tell you're pushing past your nerves. That's awesome. Well done.
Awesome. Well done. Imagine your pilot starts clapping. That would make me so nervous. To be fair, it would simultaneously make me very nervous when I see it happen, and then about 3 seconds later I would go, yeah, this pilot's pretty good. Like, if this pilot feels comfortable clapping right now, they're probably solid, you know? If my pilot feels comfortable enough to just start clapping mid-flight, then
wow.
Yeah, they're probably pretty good.
Conservation Park, here you are finally.
Right. Conservation Park. No man's work. Because you know what, before I started doing flight sim, I probably wouldn't feel confident clapping
frequency change approved.
whilst flying, so...
McCord Tower Cessna Papa Kilo, Lima Oscar Lima frequency change.
But ass hurt. But ass hurt. It hurt. Yes, that hurt. Up the bandit, no man's work. Man, no man's work. Up the ass hurt. Bend over and twerk. Bend it over and twerk. Up the ass hurt. 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 Yes, up the ass, up the ass, up the ass, pop it, pop it, pop it, pop it, pop it, lock it, drop it, pop it, lock it. Oh my god. Oh no, oh no. Nope. Chill it out, chill it out, chill it out, chill it out, Jesus. Okay, okay, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to fly a little low. Until I can ease the speed back up and get you back up to height.
Is there a way we can fly a bit higher?
Yeah, there is.
I want the best view to capture this moment.
Shut up. I want the best view. Stop giving me this inadequate view, alright? I love it. Can we fly higher? Can we fly higher? Yeah, look. We're flying high now. You happy? We're not going as quick. We're going quicker, sorry. But we're flying higher. Right. I'm just happy I recovered it and didn't crash into the floor. Honestly. This was a terrible fly around. If I could, I would fly back around just so they get their money's worth. But the game won't allow me to do that. It won't allow me to sort of redo that, which is a shame. Because it totally should. You know, if I've got the fuel for it, I should be able to just go, yeah, I'll just redo it. You know, you can... the company can take that out of my money if they want. But, like, let me re-go back around. Like, give me it as an option. It's like, hey, do you want to press this button and re-go back around? We'll take a bit of your money, but also, your rating might be better for your flight. Like, yeah. You know? Because some people might go, well, I don't want less money, so I won't do that. Others like me might go, you know what, I value the rating more. So yes, I will redo it.
You've been kind of quiet for a while. Are you okay? I'm just soaking all of it in. Totally.
I think I made a PR pants on that last one, I'm sorry. That fly around scared the living daylights out of it, and I don't blame her. Because there was a lot of plane screeching and, you know, alert sounds and me speeding up, slowing down. It was chaos. It was actually chaos. Not even chilled chaos, just regular old chaos. You know, if it was chilled chaos, it would have been pretty cool, but...
And here, the Lake Louise.
The lake. The Lake Louise. Not Lake Louise. No. The Lake Louise. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Lake Louise. Not to be confused with regular old Louise. This is the lake that goes by Louise. Welcome to the Lake Louise. Lulu Lake. It's like Lululemon, but not as cool. You know, no one wants to wear Lulu Lake. Right, gradually fix the height and the speed. Look, we're climbing. Right, we're just in the height. Now come I get to... Right, let's level everything out now. Right, speed needs to go down. We're getting to the middle of the 60s. Getting to our sweet spot. Bit less power again. Bit more power.
What of you?
Oh, what of you? What of you? Wabadoo! Alright, did you do the John Cena entrance sound effect? What have you? Do.
It's rolling out the red carpet for us.
Is it though? Is it? I don't see a red carpet, I'll be honest. Unless you're a redhead, because I haven't even looked at you, to be honest. I don't see no red carpet. I certainly don't have a red carpet. My carpet matches the drapes. Right, Right, now it's full land on.
Accord Tower Cessna Papa Kilo, Lima Oscar Lima, is 5 miles northwest 1,300 feet with India to land.
India? I'm flying all the way to India.
Cessna Papa Kilo Lima Oscar
I'll
Lima
be here all day.
Tower. Altimeter
And all night.
29er.
And all the next day.
902 make left base runway 16.
Acknowledged.
Enter left base runway 16 Cessna Lima Oscar Lima.
I wonder if anyone... Oh, if I did a 24-hour stream, I would 100% try and do a circumnavigate the globe.
Clear to land runway 16 Cessna Lima Oscar Lima.
I would get something with a big old fuel tank that I can long haul and just see if I can circumnavigate the globe and how many stops I would need. Because it would be interesting to see how far I could get. Alright, I'm a little quick, but the good thing
I
is...
can feel every turn and tilt of the aircraft. Being a pilot must be even better, because you're in control.
Yeah, I mean, it is better the fact that I get to be in control. Although, I would argue I don't always get to be in control. Sometimes the weather gets to be in control. The weather often likes to be in control. Plane? Coming in a little lower than it is expecting me, that's fine. Demons come alive. I'm tempted to just hook left and skip the whole loop around step. It is kind of redundant when I'm already flying at this height. For me to loop around here to come back on ourselves. So then loop in anyway. You know, it's not like that's a straight entrance in, right? No. Huh? Maybe. Don't think it is. Can't get enough. I want it. Can't get enough. Feeling my love. Can't get enough. Can't get enough. Right, there we go. Cruise it, cruise it, cruise it. I never trusted time. Oh. Winds of the night. Winds come alive. Telling me you're not alright. Down low. You're always on my mind. What a view. What a view. You're always on my mind. Right. On my mind. Alright, chill it out a little bit. Chill it out a bit. We're down to where we need to be. We're not flying below the radar anymore. We are very much where we need to be. So let's just make sure we don't drop off too much, but we also don't, you know, start flying at this like a missile. We just need a nice, gentle 65 to 75-ish sort of range. Has cold as ice. I said 75, not. Don't be going over 75. You know, so in the 65 to 75 range, that doesn't give you the excuse to start drifting above. Nor does it give you the excuse to start drifting below. Right, nice little cruise on in. I'm probably going to maintain the speed through this corner quite well. So. And you gotta remember we are dropping down as well. So that's to take into account. Like I want to power through that corner, but I also don't want to go in too quick. Yeah, we can probably pretty much switch our engine off at this point. Side of the lights. We'll throttle back in just a little bit. So we don't drop out like a stone. But pretty good to float in now. Side of the lines.
500.
Hostile desires. Yep. Pause over to the left, please. Alright, we're coming in quite smooth here. I want to put a little flap on here just to smooth it out, but I don't know what the speed is and I don't want to risk it. That's 70 odd, so let's just drift on over a little bit. We're not exactly straight, but we're not coming in at the worst angle we could be doing. And we're down.
Cessna Lima Oscar Lima exit runway when able.
Roger that. Down to 28. Get it down to about 18. There we go, 20. We can just roll it along. Give it a little bit tick over. Just so it don't completely die on us. Roll you round the bend. I could give it a bit more than that. Yes, you know what? Rev up a little bit.
Cessna Lima Oscar Lima exit runway when able.
I will do. It's literally just there. Relax. Relax. Woosa. You know? Have some chill vibes. Why you got to be so serious? Traffic control? Why? Why you got to be so serious? Just chill it out. Yeah. We haven't contacted ground yet. All got to the hold shot.
Cessna Lima Oscar Lima contact ground on 118. 175.
Well, hold on. Give me the option. Thank you.
118. 175 Cessna Lima Oscar Lima.
Right. Roll into the hold shot. Well, we're making progress today. Started off in Tokyo. Finished up in Tacoma. Not bad. From Tokyo to Tacoma.
Accord ground Cessna Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima taxi to parking.
Cessna Papa Kilo. Lima Oscar Lima taxi to general aviation.
Back to the airport, guys.
Taxiway Alpha.
So, Jessica, you want to fly again?
The flight was great. What a view over Tacoma. Sign me up.
I mean...
Loved every minute of it from start to finish. Thanks, Captain.
I mean, how can you go wrong with the Bass Pro Shop, right? It's my go-to child line. Hey, you want to go to the Bass Pro Shop?
Taxiing to general aviation parking using taxiway Alpha Cessna, Lima Oscar Lima.
Okay, I should probably back up. This song is bad. This song is bad for me. My rave teacher, Kivu. If you're curious to the song. Rave teacher by Kivu. Up and down. Okay, we'll... As much as I want to just directly cut across, and I could, I'm going to be the sensible one who actually follows the line for this one. Just Back it up nicely, following my line. Alright. I might miss the line. Oh, no, I actually... Honestly, that was kind of smooth. I lost it towards the end though. I think generally that was pretty smooth. Move!
You turned your passengers into flight addicts, haven't you?
I did not give them any sort of addiction. I don't know what you mean.
Anxiety has turned into excitement. Well done.
This is Tacoma. They already had the addiction, okay? Sorry to anyone in Tacoma. Please do not swear when you drive. Especially if I'm in front of you. Right. 88% sightseeing quality, 100% on the flight smoothness, landing is 78%, 100% aviation performance, everything went perfectly during this flight. Got ourselves an S rating, solid way to finish things as we have gone from Tokyo to Tacoma. Been a very productive day today, and we got ourselves a good bit of cash, another 1800. You know, we got our rank back up. Honestly, I think we're up on the day, right? Or we're at least about the same, even with the taking away and bringing back. Like I said, I think this is about where we need to be. This is probably where my skill currently lies, is about here. But this obviously is a bit lower because of past miscretions have pulled me down to here. You know, I've been doing a lot up here, but I think currently we're averaging out about here. And I think if I start pulling my finger out, start learning mixes and all that jazz, you know, we can probably get ourselves up and maybe even the S tier one day. You know? We can dream. But we have 11,260. We've made good progress, like I said. We've unlocked a few more jobs, including some further down. So let's have a quick little look. I am starving and I want to go grab my food, but we got Portland. We can go down to good old Portland. And probably not taking that one. There is a Cessna one right on the edge, so we'll probably take the Cessna one right on the edge next time out, or maybe the Optica. Yeah, I think that's the plan. At this point, we'll keep trying to do jobs, and if it looks like we're getting to an area that's going to be a bit more barren, we'll do a second job, and then work our way towards it. Also, this is hilarious, where it's like indented on the map in a big old rectangle. Oh, that perfect rectangular border. Love it. That perfect rectangle border. I hate when my states don't have a perfect rectangle border. Right, so yeah, we've come all the way here from down here. Actually flew all that bit. We bunny hopped across here. Unfortunately, there is a couple of holes because, you know, not all of these have helipads and stuff. There is one in there, but like I said, that wouldn't connect that to that, so it was kind of redundant to do that. There is a couple of jobs left up here, which we could do at some point, but I'm not in a huge rush to do them, and it's also handy to have these just in case I want to go into like here, and I go, okay, well, I'll do this job, then work in. So, got them. We've got plenty of jobs over near Vancouver, Seattle. Speaking of Vancouver, you know, we're working our way towards this Vancouver and Portland. So, that'll be the plan for next time. I think our plan for next time is probably to get from Seattle, maybe LA? At least down to Sacramento. But I think we're probably going to get like Fresno, LA, maybe even go San Diego. I don't think we're going to go on a Las Vegas excursion yet. I think what I'll do is we'll just do this. We'll do our planned route to come down to here and cross over. And then I think Las Vegas will be one of those. A bit like Chicago. Well, I don't imagine we're going to get to Chicago but it will be something... Oh, and Detroit. It'll be one of those things... Oh! Wait, why is it that notification? Thank you for the follow. That was weird. That completely scared the living daylights out of me because it wasn't my usual notification. I don't know why it did that one. I need to go check my notifications now and see if that's broken or not. But yeah, we'll be working our way down to LA. If you are, of course, only interested in checking out the Microsoft Flight Sim, we'll be back with this next Wednesday. We will be doing a bit of Inzoi tomorrow, and then, of course, Counter-Strike and Losing My Mind on the Friday. And then next week will be probably similar to this week. I might be back on Europa Universalis on the Monday, but the Monday it'll either be Europa Universalis. The Monday's in the air, alright? The Monday's probably going to be either Europa Universalis, Crusader Kings, or Inzoi. But if I find another game to play, I might give that a go on the Monday. Also, it depends how Inzoi goes tomorrow, because I might just keep Monday as the Inzoi day and switch things up on the Thursday. So, Monday, Thursday, kind of up in the air. Basically, one will be Inzoi, one will be something else. And then we've got Tuesday, which is always Football Manager, of course. Wednesday, Microsoft Flight Sim every week. Like I said, Thursday in the air, and we play Counter-Strike every Friday. So, that's the plan. I am going to go grab myself some food, though, because I'm absolutely starving. Going to go enjoy hot dogs, some cheesy chips, and just enjoy the rest of my day. So, hopefully enjoyed, hopefully enjoy the rest of your day or night, depending, of course, whereabouts in the world you are, whether you're watching live, watching on the VOD, or watching some random clip of me on the internet and wondering who on earth this rambling idiot is. But for now, dos vidania.